We're going to call the March 10th, 2026 City Council meeting to order. The invocation is going to be presented by Nick Griffin, Deputy Director of Building Development. And if you'd remain standing after the invocation for the pledge, Officer Ricardo Ruiz will be doing the pledge. Please stand with me.
Please bow your heads. Lord God, we come to you today to give thanks for our families, our co-workers, our colleagues, to give thanks for the ability to pray, fellowship, and worship without fear of prosecution. Lord God, please be with the family of Jada West. Please heal the broken. Please heal the hurt, whether it's spiritual, mental, or physical. Lord God, I ask that you fill this room with peace, purpose, and understanding, Lord God. We come to you for help and to praise. Be with our law enforcement, Lord God. Protect them as they protect us. We're thankful for our first responders and just everybody, Lord. Please lead, guide, and direct us. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Officer Ruiz.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam
Officer
Mayor,
Ruiz, oh, yes, 1 minute.
may I have a point of personal privilege, please?
Yes, let me go ahead and just read about Officer Ruiz, and we'll do it right after that. Yes, sir. Officer Ricardo Ruiz is 21 years old. He was born and raised in Carrollton, Georgia, has a small family which includes his mom and dad and 2 sisters. He grew up playing and loving baseball and played until high school and did not continue after. He attended Carrollton High School, although graduated from Temple High School in 2022. Along with that, he graduated from West Georgia Technical College in 2024 with an associate's degree in diesel mechanics. We could have used you at my house. He worked in a mechanic shop for a short time. Then he chose to work alongside his dad in his construction and landscape business. With that job, he had many opportunities to interact, support, and connect with many different people. This helped him realize that helping people is something that he enjoyed doing. He enjoys every opportunity he gets to make an impact on somebody's day, which is why choosing to chase the law enforcement career became his goal. It is a very fulfilling, rewarding, and special career. Thank you, Officer Ruiz. Thank you, Nick, for doing the prayer for us this evening. Yes, Councilman Barr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On today, Councilwoman Shirley Marchman and myself had the opportunity to visit the family who lost Miss Jada West, and we just want to say on behalf of the mayor and the city council to send our condolences and prayers to the family. And at this time, if we can have a just brief moment of silence.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
We have a few ceremonial presentations. The first one we will not do. Our interim city manager is not well today and could not be here. So you see John instead of Jennifer sitting in that place tonight as he is our interim deputy city manager. Our other 5-year employee recognition, hopefully we can do Jennifer another time? Okay. Yeah, because I want to make sure we recognize that. And that is with Parks and Recreation. Ms. Tracy, you doing that one? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to call up Michael Graff. He's always smiling. Never see a photograph with this the absence of this pretty smile. So, Mike, you're being recognized tonight for 5 years of service in the city of Villa Rica as an employee of the Parks and Recreation Department. Congratulations. Thank you. I have seen Mike grow as a person and as an employee in the last 5 years. I think he was probably my first hire. I've been here 5, and he was, I think, my first hire. So I've seen a tremendous amount of growth in Mike over those years. He is always ready and present, very rarely absent, very rarely tardy. He's always there. He leads his athletic maintenance team season to season and day to day to keep all of our athletic facilities in practice and game shape. And days like today, after rainy days like yesterday, sometimes that can be difficult. So I know you probably had a stressful day today, but thank you for cleaning up and coming back up here. So Mike is always willing to offer his support to others, and his goal has been to leave things better than he found them. And so far, he's checked those boxes. He has definitely made things better. So on behalf of myself and your coworkers, whom a lot are here tonight, we'd like to thank you for being you and for your dedication and support. Keep up the good work.
All right, we'll move on to the adoption of the agenda. Are there any changes to be made before we adopt it?
Mayor, there are a couple
There you go.
changes. Sorry.
Yeah. We got a few things that we're tabling.
Yes,
Is that what
ma'am.
we're? Okay.
In Jennifer's absence, we're asking to remove the city manager's report for this evening. She will present that next month. And the second item that we would like to table would be the item L1, the Joint Commission Ordinance Update.
If I may, actually, we're withdrawing it, not tabling
I'm
it.
sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So are the other items that I have listed that are going to be tabled to April 14th, there's 2 items there. Are we going to do that when we approach them or
Attorney
when we
Smith.
get to them? Okay, all right. All right, with those changes, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda. All in favor? Any opposed?
That is unanimous.
All right, we're going to move into public comment. I have the sign-up sheet that was in the foyer. As you come to the podium, please state your name for the record. Each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak. Those addressing the mayor and council may feel free to speak openly on the matter you wish to bring to our attention, but we ask that you do so in a respectful manner, refraining from any uncivil discourse. As an elected body, during that time of public comment, we don't typically engage back and forth with either debate or questions. That's your time to share what you want to say. However, if the concern you bring to us necessitates a response, then we'll be sure to connect you with a staff member. If you're here at the end of the meeting, sometime we can do it tonight. But as long as we have your address, phone number, we can go ahead and make sure you get a response in the next couple days. As your elected officials, we do value the opportunity to hear from our citizens and those who have a vested interest in our city. First name I have here is David Taylor.
Hey, my name is David Taylor. I live at 2120 Osprey Cove, and that's in Villa Rica. I got two problems or 2 points. One is that we need a new city council person, and we need to be working on that if we haven't already. All right. Second thing is,
Did you mean, we have all the council people, did you mean,
do what?
you said council person?
I mean, not council.
Okay.
City manager.
I see.
The city manager. I'm sorry.
It's like, oh. Like, okay.
No, you guys are doing good. You guys are really doing good. Okay, but
Understood.
anyway, I actually live in Mirror Lake, and when you come out of Mirror Lake at the entrance over there, you got Publix in front of you, and you stop at the red light, and you got 3 lanes coming towards you. You got the turning lane in front of you, the straight lane, and the one that turns and goes up the hill, and that's all wonderful. Problem of it is, if you stand there, you don't get a green light. But if you sit there in your car, and if you got big vehicles in that turning lane, and somebody comes up the hill in a small car, you can't see them till they're on top of you. You turn in front of them. Now, the fix for it would be to redo the light. We just need a turning lane. That's all. A turning light. That's all we need. Flip on the turning light. We're turning. We got our time. They got their time. They got their time, and they got their time. Everybody wins, and it don't cost nothing. And that's it.
Thank
And you guys
sir.
are doing a great job.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Rod Dobbs.
Hello, my name is Pastor Roderick Dobbs. I come on behalf of the Lord Jesus Christ, Lord and Maker, Creator of all things, to speak to the Villa Rica City Council and to the people of Villa Rica. If you look to your right and your left, you'll see age everywhere. We are all getting older. We are all running out of time. But the number one thing I want to talk to y'all about is at the end of the little convocation, it says, with liberty and justice for all. And the thing about liberty and justice for all comes one word. It's called essential. The word essential, it says, essential means absolutely necessary, extremely important, or a fundamental that needs to exist in the nature of something to survive. When we make our decisions for this city, the people are the essentials. I went to last week's meeting, and the city council had y'all met from 9 o'clock to 3 in the morning. I speak on the Lord's behalf, to 3 in the afternoon, and y'all spoke about all these other things, but I kept seeing something come along called SPLOSH, S-P-L-O-S-H. So I looked up SPLOSH. SPLOSH means that is normally a taxation that is pointed out, or roads, parks, or buildings that are sometimes non-essential. And we have a huge agenda in this city for a whole lot of non-essential stuff. But I say this with my last 23 minutes, minute and 23 seconds. This morning, I got a knock on my door. A young lady in my neighborhood who works for TSA Atlanta, she's a TSA officer. She said, Pastor Dobbs, I don't know what to do. She said, I don't have groceries. I don't have money for my cell phone bill. They giving me vouchers to hand to my car note people and to my house note people. She said, and I don't have any food. I said, get ready. I'm going to take you to the food bank. And then she said to me, how am I to pay my bills? Because right now we know the government is in a shutdown. And in that shutdown, it has allowed TSA to come to work with no pay. And the question is, I said, God, why did this come to my door today? we have a city government that should be handling this kind of stuff, and I didn't really know what to say to her. And I'm not just putting pressure on you all, but I'm putting pressure on all of Villa Rica. Take care of your neighbors if they have a need. This is not just we are VR. And I believe that we must stop infighting within our system, and we need to come up with solutions. Solutions is when we say, hey, this is here, and here go the solution, let's get it done. Not, we're going to research it and then talk about it and talk about it. Last 2 seconds. God bless you all.
Thank you, sir. Joshua Evans.
This is Joshua Evans. Live in the city of Villa Rica, Ward 2. So I want to get up here because I noticed at the meeting the other day, a little workshop, there was a couple of things that went on there that weren't real clear. So number one, the Sumter consultant. So we're willing to pay them $24,000, right, to find us somebody to work here as a city manager. We have resulted in having to go to outside to find somebody. It's kind of hard for me to choke these words up right here. After talking to Ms. Hallman, that's the grit. After having about a 15-minute conversation with her, I don't think I would use Sumter. I think you got it. She got the grit. I think y'all already found it, the city manager. She's got I don't know if she'll take it, but I would bet on it. That's the person I would bet on, instead of spending $24,000 to find somebody else. I think she's got the grit. She'll go get it. There was a couple of other issues we had. I think we spoke on the capacity problems, and a few people brought up some good points on it. When you are sitting on this other end of the TV and all that, or your phone, and you watching, and you hear certain things, well, it's capacity, then yeah, you jump and think, well, it must be an emergency right now. It's going to be an emergency in the future. Not now, but in the future. I mean, I can go back to, 2024, I think it was Jeff Reese was in here, and they stood up here about July 2024 and said, oh yeah, EPD is going to do away with all septic tanks in the next 5 years. Told y'all, nah, that wasn't going to happen. You have to kind of know what you're talking about to even get up there and speak it. You can't just get up there and go in the blind, because then you put citizens in the blind, the people, you scare them basically. And that's what we ran into at that point. Everybody kind of got scared. Oh, we're out of capacity. And we're going to be if we don't make some moves and do some things. On the second half, a question was answered, and John, Mr. Bain, he done pretty good answering the question. It is going to help, the money that would be spent will help relieve another plant. So that needs to be known to the citizens. Let them know, hey, it's not just for this one. It's going to actually help do something over here too. So all that, when you go to discussing it here in the future, in the next month or two, just mention all that.
Thank you, sir. Kay Smith.
Mayor, do I need to give my address anymore? Do you need my address since I wrote it down?
No.
Okay.
It's okay.
I've been a resident of Villa Rica for 26 years. I used to work in Villa Rica. Worked for the Recreation Department, Director of Programs. So for 50 years, I have known that the city of Villa Rica has issues with their water and sewage. Nothing has been done other than tax and increase the water and the sewage. Something needs to be done after 50 years. And I believe that this council, if you'll work together, could actually put moratorium on all this building, enforce the codes that you have in place for all this building that has been done, make sure that the code enforcement is doing their job. I have spoken to John Bain about the fact that you go down and you see mud running down the street because nobody is making these locations that they are putting in townhomes, apartments. Nobody is keeping the roads clear. Mud is coming up off of those areas on trucks and on cars, and that is staying in the street until it rains. And when it rains, it runs into the streams, into our stormwater, and into our lakes. They're muddy, and there needs to be something done about it. The only people that can do anything about it is the people sitting up here, the 5 of you. And I think that it would be important to get a city manager. Jennifer might have been doing a great job. She is the CFO. She is not a city manager. She's not and have the qualifications for city manager. And I encourage this council to find a recruiter that can find someone that doesn't know the history of all the complaints, all the issues that everybody in this town, this city council has. Let them come in and see for themselves what needs to be done. But please, I ask that you put a moratorium on building and enforce the codes. Have these code enforcers go out and weekly check all these areas that y'all have approved. If you could please take some consideration to that, I'd appreciate it. Please get us a city manager in here, not somebody doing 2 jobs. Somebody that does 1 job for finance, 1 job for running the city manager position. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am. Marshall Smith.
Marshall Smith, I don't need my address, do I?
Yeah, I think your wife lives at the same place. I
Yeah.
think we're good.
Well, we both live in Mirror Lake.
It's on here.
I was going to talk about the need for a city manager. I really don't need to be up here because Kay talked about everything. And I'm used to that. She's my wife. But I would like to stress that we do need a city manager. I think the size of Villa Rica needs a city manager. I'm tired of seeing interim on a lot of things here. Interim. Why can't we get a city manager? Simple as that. I'd like to get a recruiter out. Whatever it takes to get a good city manager. Somebody that can contact with a bunch of city managers, knows city managers, and knows what they know what they can do, recommendations, but get us a good city manager. We went through a long period of time when we didn't have a good city manager, but there are good city managers out there. And a lot of them, I'm sure, would be glad to come to Villa Rica. Number 2, the problem that we have with Mirror Lake, which is an amenity to a lot of people in Villa Rica, is that there was a area that was approved by the city council to build condominiums up there for 50 and older, as you remember, and all that ground has been cleared. All of it. And it's been years ago, but all of it's been cleared now. It's supposed to have silt fences up. You walk through there, the silt fences are terrible. They're not stopping anything. So it all runs into Mirror Lake. It stays muddy. One little bit of rain and it stays muddy. That's just not a good look. And it just tells me that something's not being done on the code enforcement. I walked it. It's terrible. The mud comes right off of that into the lake. So that's the 2 well, I only had one thing to start with, but that was the 2 things I got. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Pamela White.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. I just want to speak on, touch on the e-blast that was sent out by you on last week, Mayor McPherson. The first is where you spoke of that no one at the local level requested or knew about the legislation that was sought to be changed for the mayor to have power to hire and fire. But the day you came to our community, you told us, as you was telling us to protest and help you get Mr. Barber out of office, you told us that you had someone working with you to take a letter over to Governor Kemp. You didn't call the name, but at the first protest, the person that took the letter just happened to be the one that came to the protest that day and asked us, what did we want? How could y'all make this? What did we want? How much money did we want to make this go away? And we said, we're not for sale. So I just want to clarify, you told a group of us this, that someone was working with you to get this changed. Yeah, yes, yeah.
Go ahead.
We're not going to
Go ahead,
engage,
it's public
but
comment.
yes, you did.
Go.
So that's one of my reasons why I feel like personally, it's not good for you to have unilateral authority, because it just seems like you got a tendency to kind of abuse the authority that you have. And when you speak of a council member that supposed to make the statement that you was being disingenuous, I can't say that I wouldn't agree, simply because you said so many things to us that you didn't keep your word on. We didn't ask you for it. We didn't ask you to come and make the statements to us, but you did. And so I don't see a reason to start picking on your council about stuff that you know you got a tendency of doing. And when it comes to people, me being one of them, and I know you're referencing me even though you don't call my name. I have a home here in the city of Villa Rica. I pay over $2,000 in taxes. If I don't sleep there but a night or 30 days, that's my business. You know, so don't try to paint a picture to the people that my voice don't matter. Them $2,000 tell me, yes, I do. You pay them taxes. You know, I don't get up here and speak about nothing that shouldn't be spoke about. But I just want to set the record straight. You can't have all rights.
Alita Farmer.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. Coming to you tonight to speak on two things. Because we didn't normally get a chance to speak after City Council have started, last week it was brought up by Councilman Warmark about the e-blast. Because I do feel that it was intentionally meant to direct it towards me. My name was not used, but I know that I am one that normally comes up here and speak, and I know that I am normally one that goes to different meetings. Just like Miss White, I do own property in Villa Rica. I've lived in it majority of my life. Don't currently live there full time now, but I'm over there almost every day taking care of my elderly father. But again, that shouldn't be anyone's business that sits up on that council, long as I have property in the city of Villa Rica. I should have the same rights as everyone else. But when you send out those e-blasts and you insinuate in a way that we are coercing or manipulating people with what we have to say, we're saying things that we're finding in agenda minutes. We're finding things that are in memos. We're finding things through open record. So whatever I say, I'm normally finding it from government documents and can stand on what I say. Second, want to mention, that's not the only time I've seen my name. I've seen my name in citizens that choose to share the comments you have said about me, directly using my name. And I've turned some of that over to some council people. So that is a fact. So I don't have no reason to stand up here and to mislead people about your character. I do agree with Ms. Smith when she brought up earlier about we need city council. We need more of an interim, not an interim city council manager. We need someone that is not under the thumb of the mayor. Because when we got a mayor that doesn't consider other people's rights, that's a problem. And you know, like I know, that you have sent emails and text message about me as my mayor. And that's disturbing to me.
Shirley Church. Shirley
Hello,
Williams
Council.
Church.
Yes. My name is Shirley Williams Church. My address is 231 Taylor Court in Villa Rica. I've been a resident and a homeowner in Villa Rica for just about 15 years. And I love the city, and I think you guys are doing a good. I know it's a hard job, but there's a lot of things to weigh, and I feel a little bit like what I have on my agenda is minor compared to some of the things I've heard. But I do want to thank Kay Smith, because she actually brought up a couple of things that I have on my agenda to just share with you, and one of them is the water. I do apologize. I have not been coming to the city council meetings regularly because I probably would be more up to date on what's going on. But the water, the cost of water in Villa Rica seems to be pretty expensive compared to our neighboring cities, and even the city of Villa Rica, but that's unincorporated. I have a friend that has water from Carrollton, pool, hot tub. They've got all the amenities. Theirs is about $40 a month. Mine's like $71, and I'm one person, and a lot of times I'm gone. And so I've had them come out. They checked and everything, and they say everything's fine. And I go, God, that still seems to be expensive. But anyways, so if there's a way for us to validate or compare the cost of water, I would really, any direction you give me would be appreciated. Secondly, and I know with all the construction, the cost of water could go up as the use for data centers and everything that are coming in our area. So it's just, I'm kind of concerned while we still have the opportunity to make some changes. And I don't know if anyone else is experiencing high water bills, but I am. The other thing I wanted to say real quickly is Punkintown Road. You can tell when you enter the city of Villa Rica from the county, Carroll County Villa Rica versus Douglas County Villa Rica by the condition of the road. I'm just wondering, are there plans to improve Punkintown Road in a more permanent fashion? We have done a lot of patches, and now that we have all this traffic going to Publix, they're tearing up the road. But if the city can kind of look into and give us a little feedback on what we're going to do about improving the potholes that exist on Punkintown Road, that would be really good. And also, I really encourage our community, with the leadership of the city council, if we need to do something, even solicit volunteers regarding this issue of bullying in our schools, I would be more than happy to volunteer. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Molly Elder.
Good evening. My name is Molly Elder, and I represent 127 Cleghorn Street. I'm here tonight to raise awareness and remind the citizens of Villa Rica whether or not we can trust the mayor of Villa Rica after the lies we were told regarding the Darden, McCauley, Anderson, Cleghorn Street. Mayor McPherson and I had a telephone conversation after Channel 5 News reported talks of eminent domain in the community. She assured me that eminent domain was not a consideration, and she quoted, "She nor the council had the stomach to do such a thing since the connector was a desire of the city.
I'm sorry, but
And-
they can't hear you. Thank you.
Is that good, Joel?
Thank you. But she went on to say that the connector was a desire of the city and not a need. She later reiterated in a city council meeting that eminent domain was not being discussed and it wasn't even an option. I'm here tonight to let the residents and citizens of Villa Rica know that that's a lie. She lied about that. Because we have our elderly right now, which are the most vulnerable in the community. Some are frightened and afraid of losing their homes due to pressure being put on them to sell or be pushed out by eminent domain. Who can believe a liar? Concerns about being forced out of their homes and having to leave and search for a new one should not be their worries in their twilight years, just to satisfy a dream of a city or the greed of others. Life is stressful enough without worrying about where they will live and how they will meet their basic obligations. I'm referring to the elderly with very low income. This is equivalent to taking bread from babies' mouths. I encourage the council to take a hard look at the decisions being considered and ask yourself if what the city is planning is fair to the less fortunate and most vulnerable. I challenge you to look at other options and help the elderly in our community.
Gary Talent.
Gary Talent, Mirror Lake. I encourage the mayor and the board to hire a seasoned, experienced manager. It's very important. The last 2 years has, if we all are truthful, would say it's been a big mess since what we went through with the previous mayor and the manager. So it's very important with the growth that we are experiencing with all that's going on. So really consider that. 2, and you may have already done this, I'm not sure, but do whatever it takes not to allow what happened 2 years ago with former mayor and the former city manager. The mayor and council persons never need to go through that again. And I ask this board to unify and work together for the city of Villa Rica, and thank you each for your service.
Jackie Childress.
Jackie Childress, 1050 West Highway 78, Villa Rica, Georgia. I'd like to address the mayor and the council this afternoon and the constituents and citizens that are here. Someone's already spoke about the death of a young person this week. I am in no way opposed to Juneteenth. What I would like to see us do is put it on next year's calendar so that we can give it the honor and the respect that it needs, the proper budget that it needs. It's not a budgeted item this year. The first and foremost thing should always be the lives of our children. And I realize that once they leave our presence, that we have no control over what they do. But we still have a responsibility as a community to do everything that we can to keep them safe. And I'm not sure that our police department can pull everything together that needs to be done. I'm not sure that Parks and Recreation can pull it all together. and do the honor and the respect that needs to be to that holiday, as well as any other holiday that we do in our city. So I would ask you all to really consider putting this on the agenda for next year, giving it an honorable budget, giving it honorable status as we do all other holidays, and put it together so that it will be something that the city of Villa Rica can be proud of. The loss of one life is totally unacceptable as far as I'm concerned. So if we give the proper thought to it and the time to it to put a proper agenda and program and everything together, I think that we can pull something off that we can be proud of. If we're going to do something on the flip of the arm and not be proud of it, and it costs the life of a child, that's just totally unacceptable. Thank you.
All right, that was the last name I had on the sign-up sheet. We're going to move into, and if you're here after the meeting, had a concern that can be addressed, and if we have your phone number, we can get back to you, and even line you up with your council person if needed. We'll move into council updates.
Madam Mayor, I would just like to...
Councilman Barr.
Thank you. I would just like to state that to all the Mirror Lake residents here, I'm glad to see you here, and I hope you will continue to keep coming and speaking your concerns. And also, for those who don't know me, please reach out to me as well, and I'll be happy to speak with you one-on-one and maybe get some of your concerns addressed before you even get here. Thank you.
Any other council updates? Okay, then I'll go ahead and give my update, and I'll include a few clarifications. This might answer something right off the bat. We do currently have a moratorium on multifamily housing as well as subdivisions. So because of our infrastructure issues, limitations on how much sewer capacity we can provide at this time, the stormwater, I think that's probably been heard. We have department heads here today. I guess we need to make sure that they're getting expected. I realize when we have a storm like we did last night, at least this is my understanding, we have a storm like that, it's really hard to hold everything back. Nonetheless, we are having rain, and if the silt fencing's down and there's problems, then that does need to be followed up on better. The cost of the water, it is true, we were actually selling water for less than it cost us to produce. And we did have to raise some rates over the years. And I hope at some time, Carrollton's a little bit ahead on fixing their infrastructure than us. They had an issue many years ago, but they actually make a profit. They can profit on their water, so that's helpful with sometime with the infrastructure and everything else. But that moratorium is, but you'll still see things coming up, and I try to include this in articles. You'll see still things coming up that have been approved over the years, some of them going back to 2002. Some of them in 2021. So even though they're not currently being approved, you will still see new development. It is true, I have kept an email list for many years since I was on city council, send things out to my constituents, send things out to, it includes a lot of people. I believe in letting people that live in the county also give public comment, not just the city residents. That's important. Some cities do not allow that around us. However, I do differentiate between citizens that are residents compared to if you're a citizen of Douglasville. If you're a citizen of Douglasville and you come and speak in public comment, you can, but I don't think it should carry the same weight as the citizens who pay for everything we have here, that are the ones that live here and pay the taxes for recreation and roads and everything else that we have. In regards to eminent domain, I will be very clear. I did not advocate for it. I told people I would not advocate for it. I did say that the council didn't have a stomach for eminent domain, and it was not a part of the conversation. I also did say that the parkway would be that it was a desire to have it. Was it a need? It's the difference between when we buy things at home. There's things we desire. We may desire air conditioning, but it's not necessarily a need. Did I think it would be helpful? Yes, to connect the two sides of the cities. However, I still consider it a desire of the city. It wasn't a necessity. And so I'll be very clear on that, and I am willing to hang around afterwards and talk to anyone else that would like to speak after the meeting, because I take my integrity very seriously. And I do everything in my power because, to be honest, I answer to the citizens, but I answer to God first. And you know what? No matter what I do, He will know no matter what. And He holds each one of us accountable, and I know that. And that's who I ultimately answer to. And there's no hiding from Him because He sees it all. We're going to move on to the consent agenda. This is an item that encompasses a number of things that we spoke about during the work session. They're usually things that don't require a lot of comment, but they were discussed in that time, and it was unanimous consensus of the governing body to place these items on the consent agenda. So I'm going to read them off, and then we will vote on them basically as a package. So I'll read each one of the items off. Number one, proclamation for March 6 through 20 as Government Finance Professionals Week, and we recognized our financial department and the members that keep all that together. Item 2, the appointment of our Convention and Visitors Bureau board members. We made 3 appointments. Cassia Polk, Sasha Jackson, and Richard Argo are all new members of that board. Item 3, Leaders of Tomorrow program and leadership training. That's for our employees. It's additional training. Item 4, Library Advisory Board appointment, and that is Ms. Kelly Vines. And item 5, the July 3rd fireworks contractor. And item 6, the school zone flashing beacons. I'll entertain a motion to adopt the consent agenda.
Motion to adopt the consent agenda as written. Read.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you.
That's unanimous.
All right, item H, governing body. February 3rd, 2026, the work session minutes. Hopefully, if you saw any typos or anything that wasn't correct, you took care of that. And if there isn't any changes in those, I'll entertain a motion to adopt those minutes.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed?
That is unanimous.
And also the February 25, 26 special called meeting minutes. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Thank you.
That is unanimous.
All right, item I, Human Resources, Ms. Lanford.
Good evening, Tiffany Lampert, HR Director. This is the item for Go Pivot, the wellness vendor and platform that I discussed last Tuesday at the work session. We have gotten the agreement back and reviewed it with Nicole, and she has signed off on her approval for moving forward. So that's where we stand.
Questions from council? There's a reason we didn't put this on consent agenda.
Because I didn't have the agreement yet. So Nicole hadn't had a chance to look at it.
That's right.
Yep.
Otherwise, we fully discussed it.
Yes.
Nothing else from council? Then I'll entertain a motion to adopt this or not adopt it,
I
one way or
move
the
to
other.
approve the agreement with Go Pivot and authorize the city manager to execute the necessary documents.
Second.
Those 2 seconds, you figure it out. All in favor? Any opposed?
That is unanimous.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, item J, community development. This will be Ms. Cox. Evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Whitney Cox, Licensing Specialist. The first item I have is an alcoholic beverage license for a temporary limited pouring license for Georgia Food Industry Association Education Foundation. They host an annual golf tournament at the Mirror Lake Golf Club at 1000 Cannon Gate Parkway. They're going to be hosting this event on Wednesday, April the 29th, and they are applying for a temporary license to pour beer and wine on that day. Just a little history on the foundation. They have raised about $2.2 million in scholarship funds for schools, and they look to host about 350 members on this day.
Are you finished? I didn't want to move
I'm
ahead
done.
if you, okay.
That's it.
All right, questions from council? I think this has pretty much come back every year, has it not? Is this the
Yes.
one over at Mirror Lake? Yeah, okay. If there's no questions, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve the application for temporary limited pouring license for Georgia Food Industry Association Education Foundation. That is a mouthful.
Second.
I didn't hear a second, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. All in favor? Any opposed?
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay, to Katrina Street Tacos LLC. This does require a public hearing.
Yes, this is La Katrina Street Tacos LLC. It's a restaurant. It's pre-existing. It's located at 451 West Bankhead Highway, Suite 113. That is just past City Hall, that shopping plaza that has the Farmers, Home Furniture, Susie's Wings, and Sweet Treats Bar and all that good stuff there. The restaurant, again, is pre-existing. The owner has decided that they would like to start to pour alcohol. They want to pour beer, wine, as well as distilled spirits. And the licensee, Ms. Stephanie Montez, has passed all of the required background checks, done all of the public noticing required, and staff recommends approval.
Okay, and before we go into these, we have, looks like 3 of these. The city attorney will want to say something to you before you leave. So once, even if it's approval or whatever, if you'd hang on a few minutes and not leave so that she can speak to everyone that's got a public hearing for the retail package, beverage, that type of thing. All right, so questions from council on this. This does require a public hearing, so we'll also hear from the applicant. Is the applicant here, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, from La Katrina. Is there something you'd like to say on behalf of your restaurant? Nothing? Okay. Anything else from staff before we move on? Then I'll entertain a motion. Oh, I'm sorry, public hearing. Is there anyone that wishes to speak in favor of this license being awarded? Is there anyone that wishes to speak in opposition of this license being awarded? Okay, easy enough. I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve the alcohol license application for La Katrina Street Tacos LLC located at 451 West Bankhead Highway, Suite 113, Villa Rica, Georgia 30180.
We have a motion.
A second. Is that what you're saying? I'll make a second.
All in favor? Any opposed?
Motion passes 4-1.
All right, item 3, ABL-02-26, Junior Food Store, Inc., Retail Package Molten Beverage and Wine.
Okay, this application is for Junior Food Store, Inc. This is an existing gas station, convenience store / gas station located at 516 Dallas Highway. It's kind of catty corner to Tanner Hospital. The application is to sell retail packaged malt beverages and wine. The business is changing ownership. The alcohol license is non-transferable. Therefore, the new owner needs to apply for a license. Mr. Kader Muhammad has complied with all requirements as far as background checks, public noticing, and staff recommends approval.
Any questions for staff? Is the applicant here?
Yes.
Does the applicant wish to speak at all or say anything about your business? New owner? Okay. All right, I'll entertain a motion. Oh, I'm sorry, public hearing. Is there anyone that wishes to speak for this award of a license? It's a change of ownership, basically. They've had one there, but it does not go to the next owner. Each owner has to come in. Anyone that wishes to speak against? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve the alcohol license application for Junior Food Store Incorporated, located at 516 Dallas Highway, Villa Rica, Georgia, 30180.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed?
Motion passes 4-1. That was, did I get that right? Okay.
One more. Item 4, ABL-03-26-205 Villa Rica Enterprises LLC Retail Package Malt Beverage and Wine.
All right, last but not least, we have 205 Villa Rica Enterprises LLC. This is similar to the last application, a pre-existing convenience store with gas pumps. This is also a change of ownership, so the new owner is applying for a new alcohol license. This is located at 205 South Carroll Road. It's right at the corner of South Carroll and I guess East and West Wilson Street.
Mm-hmm.
And the licensee or presumptive licensee, Ms. Almas Ali, has complied with all requirements as far as background checks, public noticing, and staff recommends approval.
All right, this has a public hearing as well. Is there anyone that wishes to speak in favor of this license? Is there anyone that opposes this license that would like to speak? I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve the alcohol license application for 205 Villa Rica Enterprises LLC, located at 205 South Carroll Road, Villa Rica, Georgia, 30180.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed?
Motion passes 4-1.
All right, and Attorney Smith, all the applicants are here. Do you need them up here, or you just want to address them where they are?
I mean,
We give this spiel every time with alcohol licenses, so it's just, it's more or less a warning to be careful. If you'd go ahead and do that.
yeah, I can just address the room. So the spiel is that you understand that the city of Villa Rica is serious about enforcing the law to prevent the sale of alcoholic beverages to minors. And we also want to make you aware that the city police will periodically conduct sting operations to determine whether any of our merchants are violating those laws. So this is really a query to make sure that you train your employees and obey the laws against underage sales. And that's it.
And we just want you to make sure to be very careful and that your employees are trained appropriately and that we don't endanger teenagers or underage.
Thank y'all.
All right, thank you. And for those of you that did stay longer for that, if you need to leave at this time, that's fine because you have been approved. Okay, our next item is a rezoning request. We'll go ahead and wait just a moment while they exit. Rezoning request submitted by Apex Nexus Investments LLC. This is subject property from agricultural residential AG to commercial low density. And this is at 974 Dallas Highway. Oh, you know what? That's the one. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor.
Why don't you go ahead and take care of that for me?
It does sound familiar because it was before you several years ago. But there is a request to rezone that property at 974 Dallas Highway from AG to C1 for the purpose of developing a fueling station. It was tabled at Planning and Zoning last month. It will go back to Planning and Zoning this month, and we'll be back before you at your April 14th public hearing. So the request that says table it here tonight until April 14th.
Okay. We'll take a motion on that.
I move to table the request to rezone property located at 974 Dallas Highway, parcel number V0401300002 from AG single family agricultural to C1 commercial low density to the April 14th, 2026 city council public hearing.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Thank
That
you.
is unanimous.
The next one's kind of a similar situation. They're also looking for exception request in regard to a place of worship within agricultural residential. This is for West Hills Church. So, Mr. Myers, what are we doing with this one besides tabling?
That's exactly right, Mayor. This is a proposal from West Hills Church, and just a brief background, they are seeking to develop a brand new church campus at that property down on 61, north of East Bay Springs. And they're still going through the review process and approval process for water capacity. So to allow them some more time, we're requesting that it be tabled to your April 14th public hearing.
Entertain a motion.
I move to, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I move to table CU-01-26, the special exception request for property located at 0 Carrollton Villa Rica Highway, parcel number V07014015-3, to the April 14th, 2026 City Council public hearing.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed?
That is unanimous.
All right. Item 7, rezoning request submitted by CHI Acquisitions LP, and this has to do with the property over at 700 Edge Road, and they want to change it from commercial medium density, C2, to industrial low density, IL.
Thank you, Mayor. So this request to rezone that property at 700 Edge Road was before you last month, at which time it was tabled until this month's public hearing. Before I share the developments since the case was tabled, allow me to go through the full details of the request for the benefit of the public hearing. So they're proposing to develop an approximately 280,000 square foot light industrial warehouse facility. The site plan is displayed here. The property sits on 2 parcels, one of which is already appropriately zoned. The northern parcel, highlighted here, is zoned C2, and they're requesting that that parcel be rezoned to industrial low density. And just to give you an aerial view of the project site, it is just south of I-20, across the street from the newly developed Peach State Trucking, and just north of the auto auction facility there on Liberty Road. Let me go back here. And the details of the development, as I mentioned, the 280,000 approximately light industrial facility. It's going to be on a septic system until such time that city capacity is available, and then they'll have 18 months to connect. And they also propose having an on-site fire protection or fire suppression system, which will be served by an on-site water tank. So since the case was tabled, there was coordination between our engineer and their engineer. We did communicate with GDOT, and GDOT notified us that their permitting or their review will not be necessary. They said it is close to their area of jurisdiction, if you will, but given the fact that the improvements that are proposed are minor by their standards, then their review will not be necessary. But what developed from our city engineer working with their engineer is that the applicant has proposed to expand the left turn lane to hold more cars or more vehicles in queue. In addition to that, they're proposing to also expand the taper. And what we're what we're seeing is a restriping plan that increases the length of the storage by approximately 45%. And if we pointerize to the visual on the screen.
And by storage, you're talking about the length of the lane to fit trucks in or whatever as they line up to turn.
Correct. By storage, I mean queuing or lining up. That
Queuing,
is
yeah.
absolutely right, Mayor. So here we have just an aerial of existing conditions. And if we go to the next visual, the dark lines represent the expansion they propose for the turn lane and the taper. And in addition to expanding the turn lane and the taper, they will also repave the area encircled or highlighted in the blue line there at the north side of the intersection. And again, here's their proposed plan to demolish and improve that intersection. And by demolish, I mean mill and resurface as well as restripe that intersection. So staff recommends approval. Planning and zoning also recommended approval, and they added a 5th condition. And for the benefit of the public hearing, I'll go through those. I'll summarize those conditions now. Number 1, all building, fire, life safety, and zoning and design requirements shall be met. The property shall be developed in conformance with the site plan dated December 1st. Deviations from that site plan require review and approval by community development. Any roadway operation or design modifications deemed necessary by the city engineer shall be incorporated into the final construction plans prior to the issuance of an LDP. Number 4, the applicant shall restripe the southbound left turn lane at the Liberty Road Edge Road intersection to provide approximately 188 feet of full storage or vehicle queuing length and 100 feet of taper, as reflected in the submitted turn lane exhibit, and shall also resurface roadways, subject to the review and approval of the city engineer. And as it relates to the screening of the bay doors, the decorative screening shall consist of an opaque wall or fence, subject to design review and approval by community development. I'm happy to address any questions at this time before you invite the applicant up.
Questions from council? Councilman Conte?
Thank you. Good evening. I know we discussed this before we tabled it last month with my concerns, because this is particularly the rezoning that's in Ward 5, which is my ward. And the reason we had tabled it was because the developers had stated that they had worked hand in glove with GDOT pertaining to the traffic testing. Rica stated that that testing was not clear and that we needed to make sure that we got that information, which you're stating now that GDOT stated that that parcel is not part of their, I guess, domain, if you will, and that our city engineers stated that, the city's engineers stated that we would need to basically do some reconstruction in that area to make it sustainable for rezoning. Am I getting that synopsis correct?
If I may add some clarity there. So as it pertains, and I'm going off of my recollection based on what you're saying, as it pertains to them working with GDOT, I think what was mentioned there is that they used GDOT historical data to determine the baseline for the traffic volume.
Right.
As well as the directions of travel and so on.
Right, because initially they stated that there was not going to be any traffic concerns or additional traffic due to the fact that we already have less than 6 months Peach State freight there as well, which is already heavy traffic, along with the deconstruction of the road, of Liberty Road, that leads all the way through that entire area off of exit 26, which I live at, along with a whole host of Ward 5 constituents. So the concern was the extended traffic, along with making sure that it is absolutely necessary to change the zoning of that parcel, which is already commercial, to rezoning to light industrial. I believe we had constituents that came that particular meeting to discuss their concerns as well. Am I correct on that?
I was here with you, and people did share their concerns.
I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right one, because there's a couple of particular parcels that are either requiring or rezoning or looking to do something else in that little nook off of exit 26 in Ward 5. I'm very concerned that this wants to be rezoned, since it's already zoned for commercial, and because of the heavy traffic, the road that goes there is already torn apart, that needs to be addressed, which is pending, that I'm looking to do, along with also the fact that it would need additional construction to make this sustainable for this development to be plausible, with that additional right or left turn lane that you address right there at that Chevron gas station, correct?
Help me find the question there, Councilwoman.
Leading up to the exit 26, off of the exit when you make the left.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when you're making the left, you see Chevron gas station to your right, and then immediately you see the Pilot gas station.
Mm-hmm.
And then we do have that turn where you could get into Chevron's gas station because of that new light that we have due to Peach State, paying for that development for that to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So to make that development plausible, you're stating, I want to make sure I understand this correct, that this new developer, to get approved for rezoning, they stated, well, yes, city manager of city, or the city engineers of the city of Villa Rica stated that we needed to do additional construction to make the trucks that would be coming into that development less conducive, if you will, for the traffic.
I think I follow you now. And if I may, I'm going to take 2 steps back
Okay.
to add some clarity.
Thank you.
And then address what is being proposed as far as the roadway improvements.
Okay.
All right. So the applicant initially submitted a traffic improvement study.
Mhm.
Traffic improvement study used Georgia Department of Transportation historical data and projected forward to 2029 build-out conditions.
Mhm.
Well,
It got quieter all of a sudden. I
Check.
was looking at Joel.
There you
Are
go.
you picking us up? Okay.
All right, and I'll speak clearly.
There, that's a lot better. Thank you.
So to step back and just kind of add clarity for your benefit, Councilwoman, and the benefit of the public, they initially submitted a traffic impact study.
Mhm.
Essentially, the traffic impact study said existing conditions are sufficient to support the new proposed development
Mhm.
at the conditions that we expect in 2029. All right? That's what their study said. Their study said no roadway improvements are required.
Right.
All right. We weren't necessarily satisfied with that, and staff engaged with GDOT to get their feedback. We've had a long history of working with them. They review projects for us. We can reach out to their professionals at any time to get some input on things that are happening within the city. So we did that. What GDOT advised was that, yes, it's close to our jurisdiction, but it really is a minor project, restriping, repaving. Their review is not required. That's what they told us.
Right.
So put it all together, their traffic impact study said no improvements required. Later, we reached out to GDOT. GDOT told us we don't need to review this. The applicant came back with a revised traffic impact study. And what they did this time was they analyzed that southbound left turn lane specifically. And in addition to revising their traffic impact study, they also compared several uses, the volumes that several uses would generate. The proposed light industrial use, a travel center use, and a typical commercial use. And what they found in that submittal is that the light industrial use would generate the less volume. Just to add that information in there so you're fully clear on everything that they sent back.
Gotcha.
for
And
it.
then what is the reasoning that they
May
cannot?
I finish,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Councilwoman? Yeah.
Go ahead.
So to bring it all together, and just for your benefit and for the benefit of anybody, anyone who's not clear, post their turn lane analysis, the finding again was the left turn lane is sufficient to support the proposed development. All right. However, in spite of that traffic impact study determining that everything was sufficient, they proposed to lengthen that lane by 45% approximately. Not only are they lengthening the lane, they're also lengthening the taper. So by having a longer taper, you have a little bit of insurance at the back for that spill back into the traffic that's heading south down Liberty Road. So they're giving us more space to queue vehicles trying to turn left into that chevron. And in addition to that, they're going to repave a segment off that intersection so that everything out there is fresh, new blacktop.
Okay, thank you for the clarity.
Mhm.
My concern and question maybe perhaps is, because like I said, I travel this area every day, all day, because that's going to my neighborhood and where I live in Ward 5. There is so much traffic right now that the constituents in that said area is trying to get acclimated and adjusted to due to the Peach State freight development that's been less than 6 months. So the time frame of properly doing any type of traffic study within the amount of time frame that we just got that new development is concerning to me, because me personally and my constituents that I've been getting feedback from, it's already difficult no matter what time of day to get through there, to actually get on to exit 26, to get to 20, to get to wherever you need to be, whether it's work or what have you. So to add on something, in my view, that is unnecessary because it's already zoned for commercial. This is something that the developers are choosing. So this is a choice. This is not initially what they were zoned for business was commercial, correct?
So, correct. You are not
Okay.
incorrect. It is
so
zone
my
C,
concern
C2
is because they were zoned initially for commercial, what has been the wherewithal or the research or the input to actually utilize the parcel as it's said to be zoned already currently as commercial property? What is the difficulty in that? Why is it necessary to get it rezoned at this moment as a light industrial, which would cause additional, again, traffic along with trucks that we are not fit for at this time? I get what you're saying pertaining to the city engineer saying, well, we could, do the construction. That's going to cause even more delay and more traffic that, again, my constituents are already groaning about dealing with the current specific traffic with Peach State.
Is there a question there,
Yes.
Councilwoman?
What have they done? What have they done, meaning developers, as it being commercial, to utilize the parcel what it is currently zoned for? And why is it necessary now for it to be requested to be rezoned as light industrial?
I follow you, Councilwoman. Thank you. I will defer to the applicant to talk about any history and previous attempts to use the property as a commercial site. Their proposed use requires light industrial rezoning, and our comprehensive plan supports what they're requesting. So our comprehensive plan designates that area as what we define as the I-20 corridor. And this use, a transportation, logistics-oriented use, that requires that interstate access, given the fact that this property is immediately adjacent to the interstate. It is especially ideal for the proposed use, and it is supported by our comprehensive plan.
Right, duly noted, but we also have to make sure that we're doing smart growth. Just because it's there at the time doesn't mean that this is the right time to actually utilize that, and that's my concern.
Understood.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and do whatever questions anyone has for staff, and then we'll have the applicant come up. Yes, Councilman Momtahan.
Mr. Myers, okay, if you could go back, I think it was one of the first slides regarding the 18-month transition from non-septic to the sewer. Is that, I noticed that was not a condition that staff recommended. Is that already required by the development regulations?
That was specified in their approval letter. So in their letter from the utilities director approving them to utilize city water, as well as a septic system that they're proposing, one of those conditions specified that within 18 months of availability, at the discretion of the utilities department, they'll be required to connect at their expense.
Okay, so that's already in place. They're aware of that, and
That's
we don't
correct.
need to make that a stipulation or anything.
We do not, that's correct.
Okay, and then the other question I had was regarding the fifth proposed stipulation by planning and zoning. So they're asking for an opaque wall or opaque fence, but our zoning ordinance already requires some sort of buffer. Is that correct?
That is correct. Our design standards, in fact, our specific use standards for logistics and distribution facilities require that bay doors either be oriented internally via how the buildings are placed or are adequately screened from view.
So in staff's opinion, is that fifth stipulation necessary?
It's not necessary, but with respect to, the Planning and Zoning Commission, they had a valid and legitimate concern that the view from the highway would not be attractive. And they were envisioning different parts of the city where you see those big sound attenuating panels that are not pretty, and that was their concern. They don't want that at that site, and staff is aware, and staff will be conscious of their desires when we review the design for whatever screening apparatus gets proposed.
Well, I mean, when I read opaque wall or fence, that actually makes me think that that was being encouraged, but it sounds like P&Z Commission actually wanted to discourage that.
They don't want it to be ugly.
Right.
Yeah. And they don't want it to be those big, unimaginative panels that you see along the interstate in other parts of the metro.
Okay. Because when I read opaque wall or fence, I think of one of those big, unimaginative walls. That's my point. So that's what I'm saying. I mean, if our zoning ordinance already addresses the buffering and the landscaping, and you believe that's sufficient, then I don't know if I want to include a stipulation that essentially gives them the wall to put something, gives them the option to put something that's not nice. If you follow me.
Good point, to govern against that, it will be subject to design review and approval. So it will have to come through as renderings for us to review. We'll have the opportunity to give feedback if it's not satisfactory, and it will require approval at ComDev.
So in short, staff is comfortable with that fifth stipulation as written?
We are, yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I might have needed a little clarification on that, because I remember, and I don't remember if it was maybe Ms. Carter that said it, that planning and zoning wanted some type of wall, or this, that, and we talked about the expense of installing something like that. And I thought what we had looked at was landscaping, that as long as it's green and maybe it's blocking those bay doors and everything, that would be acceptable. Are we saying that still might be acceptable, or?
Not landscaping by itself, Mayor. And to touch on the actual code that governs this exact thing, it says it can't be landscaping alone. It envisions creating a visual screen for those bay doors, enhanced by landscaping. And I think this stipulation does exactly the same thing. Yeah.
Okay, but not whatever that ugly wall is. You were
It just
talking
can't
about
be the
our
ugly wall.
panels or something.
Right.
Okay.
And staff will be fully aware to not approve an ugly wall if it comes across her.
All right. Any other? Yes, Councilman Warmoth.
So my question is water and sewer capacity. So I know that, John, this is probably for you. So my question's water and sewer capacity. So I know that they've already agreed to go to the septic system, and that will transition after 18 months. Will we be able for them to transition in 18 months?
The development would transition to our sanitary sewer system 18 months from the time we deem we have the capacity and we're ready to accept it. We would notify the applicant at that time. It's not 18 months from the approval. It's 18 months from the time we have expanded our systems sufficiently to accept it, and we make the determination that we want to accept their flows.
Okay,
we would then notify the applicant, and at that time, they have 18 months to convert at their cost.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
You're welcome.
Is it typical for a business such as this or a development such as this to be on a septic system?
I would probably defer to the applicant on that. It's very possible. It just depends on the location, the proximity to sanitary sewer systems. If these are outside local governments and in counties, several counties don't have a county-wide sewer system, so they would be on a septic. My best estimate is that it's case by case. Oftentimes, though, they are within city limits, and the city would require them to tie into the city's utility, as would we, had we had appropriate capacity in that section, and conveyance. It's a conveyance as well as capacity concern.
Okay, and in your professional opinion, the septic system install would be an acceptable?
Yes, in my opinion, we provided them a letter of availability on the water, but we did not have availability on the sewer. So as an alternate, we would accept the septic system until such a time we have capacity and we're ready to accept it.
I have a question.
Okay. I think I
Hang on
followed
one second.
you
Hang on.
there.
I don't know if she's done.
Okay.
Hang on.
I think I followed you with that. So, I mean, a septic system, maybe I didn't follow you completely on that. I don't know that my question was really answered because I still feel a little confused. I'm sorry.
Sure. Well, we looked at it in terms, staff looked at it in terms of, do we have available capacity?
Right.
And we determined, based on the modeling, we did not have sufficient conveyance or capacity for that project,
For sewer,
for sewer.
but we have the capacity for water.
Yes, so we approved the project relative to serving water to the site.
Okay.
We did not approve it relative to serving sewer to the site. So as an alternate, in our letter of availability, we provided them a letter providing water service, but not sewer, but provided they put in a septic system, we would accept that until such a time in which we're ready to accept their sewer. And from that point, they would have 18 months to tie in.
And is that acceptable for this type of
It
development?
Yeah, again, I'll defer, but to me, it would be because the septic system is wholly the developer responsibility. The city would not own and maintain and operate that septic system, just like any private homeowner septic tank. That is wholly their responsibility. They're in charge of operating and maintaining that system. And all septic systems do go through the county for approval, not the city. So it would be the county that would review and approve their application.
Okay. That makes a little more sense. Thank you.
Councilman Marchman.
Did we ever find out what project they were going to put on there or what business is supposed to come into that area?
Yeah, we're fully aware of what they propose to develop, light industrial distribution and logistics warehousing facility. But we, staff, are not aware of what tenant, and I don't think they are either.
So there will be, okay, you're saying
Councilman
a
Marchman,
warehouse.
can you move that mic a little closer so he can hear you and you're coming?
So that would be something like a warehouse.
It'd be a warehouse, and it could be,
With trucks coming in and out.
those types of uses. Is exactly right. Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions for staff? Councilman Barr?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Question for John. That sewer capacity on septic, is that based on the fact that it will probably be low usage? Or
To be honest, we went through those numbers. I do not have them in front of me at the moment. But it wasn't, I do not recall it being high use. And again, it would all go through the county for approval. They would look at the demand and the need for the septic, and the applicant would need to go through the county to get approval for a septic system sized appropriately for the project.
do we know how many employees or individuals will be utilizing or working inside of the facility?
Yes, sir. The applicant provided an estimate, and they expect between 175 and 250 permanent jobs.
Is that well, you just did an estimate, so there's not a concrete number, right?
No, and that wouldn't be that would be dependent on the end users and their employment needs. But based on the size and type of use, I think that's a reasonable estimate.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions for staff at this time? Yes, Councilman Conte.
So, John, just a quick question. If we kept it commercial, would whatever development that happens on that commercial need the septic tank and you guys would do the water? Like, what it's originally zoned for, would all of this apply?
Yes, anything that is developed on that parcel would have water supply but would not have sanitary sewer supply.
Okay.
So they would have to go septic.
Okay, thank you.
Just for clarification, as far as commercial, I know there's a difference between truck and cars, but It was my understanding that it would, based on what we read on the report here, that the commercial would have more traffic than the light industrial. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am. And the manuals support this. A commercial development that would use the same size, if you will, a comparable commercial development to the light industrial development would generate more volume. And if you just think of a retail strip and the different types of businesses and all the different types of people it might attract versus a light industrial facility that will only attract the employees in the morning and evening and then truck traffic intermittently throughout the course of the day, you can see that it's reasonable to agree that a commercial retail style use would generate more volumes than a light industrial use.
Okay, because I did look at the updated traffic study and what they projected during rush hour times and then in between. They did that since last time, correct? Isn't that an updated one?
I think those volumes were in the original study, but they gave us a new comparison study between light industrial, commercial, and I think a travel center.
Okay, that's what I thought I was looking at. Any other questions for staff before we have the applicant come in? Councilman Conte.
Quick question. So if we kept it commercial, and like you stated, it would be used plausibly for retail, which would probably bring in, I could see that bringing in additional traffic, especially if it's something useful for my community, for my constituents, something that we need in that area. Let's say, I don't know, throw something out there. We already got a Family Dollar down there, something of that nature, where it's a family-friendly retail source commercial property. That still is going to bring in revenue to the city, and that would be something, honestly, in the positive for my specific ward with my constituents, because we do need something, honestly, like that, a little retail, because we do have to go up across the bridge, which is, you know, a few minutes away, but it's be more convenient to actually have something right there in our ward of a retail, perhaps, venue. So that's plausible that we could have in that commercial parcel, if we kept it zoned as it is, something of retail nature, which would bring in revenue for the city, along with perhaps bringing in something flourishable for my community. I just want to make sure I'm understanding that.
That's a possibility. That scenario you laid out, that is a possibility.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
We ready for the applicant? Because I know we've been on this a while. Okay. Mr. Fowler, you're representing them?
May I hand out some papers?
Yes, sir.
This is the diagram of the area that would be proposed to be repaved. That's
Thank you.
what you're seeing. Evening, my name is Joe Fowler, Post Office Box 49 in Douglasville. Allow me to introduce Mr. John Bateman. He was with us last time. Also representing Crow is Mr. John Davis, who's here in the back.
Mr. Fowler, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. You're going to have to move just a little closer. I'm looking at the audience, and they kind of tee me off on if they can hear
Thank you.
you or not.
Thank you.
Okay, that's
and then
much
also,
better.
thank you, Mayor, Ms. Lauren Layer, who was heavily involved in the cues that we got from the meeting last time about what needed to occur. So at that meeting on February the 10th, the council directed that the intersection of Liberty Road be studied at the point where it intersects the access to this property. And they wanted us to project the levels of traffic for a commercial use of any type as contrasted to an industrial use. And that was done taking into consideration the counts of traffic impacted by Peach State. All that was done, and it was provided to Mark Teal back at the end of February, and that continued until the early part of this last week. And I will note to you the following important distinctions that were provided in that traffic study, and I believe this goes in part to the questions raised by Councilmember Conte. It's currently zoned retail commercial, and if you take a similarly sized structure it would generate for retail commercial 10,136 daily trips using the standard methodology adopted by the DOT. The AM peak hour would be 303 trips per hour, and then the PM peak for retail commercial was projected at 1,039 trips per hour. If it's a retail travel service, I'll talk more about that in a minute. If it's a retail travel service with 30 fueling positions, then the trips per day would be reduced almost in half, approaching half, 60% maybe, but 5,916 daily trips with an AM peak of 296 per hour. PM peak would be 348 per hour. If it's zoned industrially as requested tonight, then that building of 278,000 square feet would generate 336 daily trips, as contrasted to 10,136 daily trips for retail commercial, or 5,916 for retail travel. The AM peak for industrial would be 42 per hour. The PM peak would be 50 per hour, but I will note that historically, industrial truck traffic is off-peak hours, either early in the morning or sometimes midday. Now, the engineer, Ms. Layer, and Mr. Teal met, and she designed and Mr. Teal reviewed a change to the entrance coming south off I-20. You saw all that described earlier on the screen, but I've provided to you on the long sheet the handout of exactly what that would look like. This is the plan that our engineer designed and that Mr. Teal reviewed. What you see at the top with the heading underneath of demolition is simply a description of what is going to be modified from what's there on the ground right now. And what you see at the bottom would be the proposed improvements. And what you see is the area that would be expanded with the increased stacking or storage so the trucks can back up along with the 100-foot taper. We've also agreed to resurface a portion of that intersection by what's called milling. You've seen it done on the interstate hundreds of times, and that's what you see on the smaller page. This is a drawing of the area. It's outlined in blue where the milling would be conducted. It was also mentioned a moment ago that there's been some heavy impact of trucks through that area, and this solves some of those issues. We also will note that because of the concerns that were raised last time concerning proposed uses of the property as it's commercially zoned, there's not been a lot until somewhat recently when an overture was made by Love's Truck Stop about the possibility of coming to this site. My client has a contract with them in place. They was interested in whether or not you could put a Costco or a Sam's or some other big box or maybe even smaller commercial use in that area, but it has just not happened. I happen to know the owner of this property. My client has been doing the interface with the representative of the property, and it's just not there. There has been this recent overture about the Love's Truck Stop. Our proposal is sort of simple, and that is to build according to the site plan that you have before you. It would be restricted to light industrial for the purpose of constructing what you've seen on the site plan. We are binding ourselves as a condition of zoning that we will build to that plan. If there are any changes, unless it's approved by the staff, it would have to come back before you if it's going to be significantly different. We would agree to the requirement that we build to that site plan. Of course, we'll require with the screening requirements, that was number 5 of those that were mentioned earlier in the discussion between Councilmember Montmahan and the staff. There were all of the other conditions, 1 through 4. We agree to be bound by all of those conditions, and we are confident that in our very pleasant interactions with staff, we believe that the issue concerning number 5 and the screening, we can work that out.
When we first began this process, an issue was raised about whether or not we would agree to a provision that would allow us to focus for Villa Rica employment for those that might be employed there. You saw the numbers between 175 and 250, and we agreed to a provision that you saw last time, but I'll simply read it again, and that is that we would request the end users to undertake commercially reasonable, non-discriminatory efforts in accordance with applicable law to hire individuals for openings who are residents of Villa Rica. Those efforts will include local direct outreach to Villa Rica and any job fairs or hiring processes, and we would put that as a condition number 6. That's our presentation, Madam Mayor. What we tried to do was to take what we heard last time, work with staff, which has happened behind the scenes, thanks to Mark for all he's helped us to do in that connection. If there are no questions, I'll turn it over to Mr. Bateman, who may respond to any specific questions you may have.
Okay. Any questions from Mr. Fowler? You're basically the attorney representing them, and Mr. Bateman is the developer?
Yes, he is.
Okay. For Mr. Fowler?
Yes.
Councilman Momtahan.
Mr. Fowler, on the condition regarding the restriping and resurfacing of the road, would your client agree to do that as a condition precedent to a
Land disturbance permit.
I would love a land disturbance permit, but I was going to say CO. But yeah, either one.
I won't speak for John, but that's part of the proposal, and if I may turn it over to him.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Evening, Mr. Bateman.
Thank you, and thank you for your time and consideration this evening. I believe the question was regarding the resurfacing and restriping. We have agreed that we will resurface per the diagram that was shown today, which was what was recommended by the city, and that would be during the construction process. So normally that would be, to get a CO, we would have to have that complete, which we agree with.
Okay, yeah, because I was going to say CO, but Mr. Fowler said LDP, so
I'll have a chat with him after.
Okay,
Yep.
but CO, yeah, okay. Thank you, that was my question.
And you said in discussion with staff, was that primarily with our engineer, Mr. Teal?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Conte?
Good evening. I had a question where I think your attorney was saying that you guys did try to do your due diligence with research on getting some type of retail for that parcel that's already zoned as commercial. Can you give me more information on what that looked like and what are the options?
Sure, yeah. After the last meeting, we did two things. One, we spoke with the existing owner, who is a commercial developer. He has owned this property since 1990, so about 35 years. He developed a Sam's, a Walmart, and a couple hotels in the area. A couple of those were in Douglasville. His profession is commercial development. He tried to procure tenants and investors for commercial development on this site and was never successful. He told us that the only interest he has seen, which in the commercial for this site, was a Love's Travel Stop, which is similar to a pilot travel center, which is allowable under the current zoning. That interest came about the same time that we approached this owner, but that was the only reported commercial interest from the owner in the time that he has owned this property. So he was not able to develop this property for commercial. He has since recently retired. He lives in Washington. I think his name is T.K. Wang. He's been an owner of property in Douglasville and Villa Rica for a long time. And that was the response when we asked the questions regarding commercial interest in the site. We also spoke with a couple brokers. We are, as I mentioned, retaining in the last meeting a commercial parcel at the frontage of the site. The commercial brokers we discussed with did not see fit for a large retail center on this site due to the demographics, the location, and the surrounding uses. But aside from that, the Love's Travel Center was the only commercial that we discovered for the site from the period of ownership that our seller has owned it.
Okay, so just to clarify, if this rezoning is denied, it's my understanding that you guys have an option of coming back within a year's time frame of the decision to request the rezoning again. In the midst of that, is it plausible that you're the owner of this said property would be entertaining the truck stop?
If we don't get zoned, most likely we will lose our contract with the seller, and we will have no say or anything to be involved with this property. And I cannot speak for the owner.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Councilman Barr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Bateman, did you mention that there was a feasibility study done for the commercial versus industrial, or was it just sort of like a identifying commercial developers?
There was no formal feasibility study. We discussed it with the owner, who's a commercial developer, and then a couple retail brokers. Like I mentioned, we will be pursuing commercial on the very frontage piece, so that's of interest to us, but there was no formal study done by us.
Okay, so if you did the industrial piece and you've mentioned that you will be pursuing commercial on the frontage, what does that look like?
It's about a 2-acre pad site. We're still exploring the options there. And we're hopeful to land some sort of, pad retailer, quick service restaurant, something of that nature.
Okay. And I understand it's a $35 million investment. What is the actual projected annual revenue to the city on that investment?
I don't want to misquote, but current tax rates, I believe, result in somewhere around $1.25 to $1.50 per square foot. So I think that's around $500,000 a year in tax revenue. I don't believe all of that is to the city. So if someone from the city knows those rates, they can maybe answer that better.
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Any other questions from council? I was just thinking about the truck stop. The reason is because nobody wants them, but you have to have them, right? Because we get our goods on truck, and they end up parking on the exit ramps, the entrance ramps. They can only drive so far legally, and so they have to stop where they can stop. If it's full, they stop somewhere else. We have that over there, but that would be, if we ended up with something like that, it'd be really limited jobs. Right. I mean, you're going to have limited jobs with that. And I just I see this as more of a positive for our people, with maybe some people getting to work here locally and not having to travel to a job. And yet it brings in the tax dollars, and we don't have to worry about the sewer capacity, because that's been arranged for. But anyway, I was just kind of thinking truck stop or something else that we could have instead. Apparently the commercial hasn't sold, but there would be some commercial frontage. No guarantee of exactly what would come in there. You don't know. It's the free markets. Who's going to risk the investment to come in? It's going to be somebody who thinks they're going to make money, because they're not going to do it otherwise. But anyway, I'd rather not have another truck stop. You got a lot more trucks going in and out too. You got the overnight trucks and everything that comes with a truck stop, which it has some positives, you need them, but it's got some downside too.
Just to confirm, we are not proposing a truck stop.
No, I know.
Okay.
I know, but I knew that was
Thank you.
also what it could be shopped, and
That's what is currently allowable under the.
Yeah, that
existing
wouldn't need it wouldn't need the rezoning. It already qualifies, so they could do it by right, could they not? Ms. Smith, Attorney Smith?
I mean, pending all other reviews.
Approvals.
Yeah, they could. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This does require a public hearing. And we'll move into the public hearing, and there's 10 minutes allowed for each side. Is there anyone that wishes to speak in favor of the approval of this rezoning? Okay, is there anyone that wishes to speak against the rezoning in opposition? It is a, okay, so you're kind of neutral. Come on up. Ms. Williams Church, see, I got the hyphenated. because it is a public hearing for or against, and even if it's something kind of neutral and you had a question, it's something they could address.
Yes.
So go ahead and.
I don't have access to the documentation, but I was just wondering, this is a warehouse, right? How many bays will this warehouse have?
Go ahead and ask your questions, like,
okay,
in a
it's
sense
the
to us,
bays
and
that
then
the-
we'll bring him back
okay.
up on the mic to answer.
The question is, how many bays will determine what that traffic of the trucks are that would be coming? Are these 53 footers? Are these straight trucks? Is the warehouse palletizing? What are the hours of operation? You know, all of that will have a great impact on the traffic that's getting off on exit 26, right? That's where it's going to be. And based on those factors, we could have a really, I heard that you did some studies, but the impact of what that traffic could do on that exit, with us already having high traffic for trucks, and what that's doing to the road, what that's doing. We had to put a light up, you know, the things that would need to be planned. I just have questions, and the only reason why I am up here asking that is because of my relationship in the logistics business, and I know what that impact could be. And maybe these things are addressed in the proposal, I don't know, but I just wanted to raise those concerns and
Appreciate
questions.
that. And it's true, there's a lot of attachments with this rezoning request and a lot of pages of reading and clear. I
Right.
think
Right.
I think the traffic study's like 50 some odd pages, you know, so.
Thank
okay,
you for
thank
giving me
you.
the opportunity.
Anyone else before this would be in opposition of it? Or kind of neutral, kind of in between? All right, then we'll close the public hearing. And Mr. Bateman, would you like to use the remaining time to address a couple of those questions? Mr. Fowler or Mr. Bateman?
Sorry, I was trying to write down notes. I'm not sure on all of the questions. The number of bays she's right. That's what our traffic study, that's what they use to base all the counts on, as well as the GDOT manual. The number of bays, which is, I think there's 17 column lines in our proposed building, which would be somewhere around 40 bays. But again, that information is utilized within the traffic counts and traffic study.
And at this point, it's designed for a certain type of use, but there's not an end user yet.
That's right.
As I recall from the last meeting, these are done more speculative, because when they're going out to look for one, they want it within a certain amount of time. They're not going to wait 2 years, right?
That's right. Similar to a lot of people are more familiar with office buildings. Similar to an office building, you develop the building, the tenants can see it, they can see their space, what it looks like. They lease, a square footage within that building. It's a very similar type of development project.
Okay, and answer some of probably what would answer her question would be in that traffic study. There was mention of the length of the trucks. You already said how many bays there
That's
are
right.
and everything. Got that? Okay. At this point, unless there's something else that you want to ask staff or have some clarification on, we can move to a motion, unless you need something else from staff. The public hearing is closed at this time, so you can hang around, ask more questions, or we can point you toward the documentation that's provided. Anything else for staff? And it can be Mr. Teal, too, because he does the engineering. They're all at the table when they're discussing, whether they're going to support this or not support it, or, advocate for it, not advocate for it, but, staff, recommending it. All those people are at the table and bring something different. So, anything else? Okay. I think we've ridden this horse long enough. I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the request to rezone the property located at 700 Edge Road, parcel number 014602500013 from C2 to I1 subject to the 5 conditions recommended by staff and the additional condition proposed by the applicant. And I'll ask Mr. Fowler to recite that language regarding concentrating efforts for hiring in Villa Rica local residents, recommended by staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Do you need to hear the wording?
If he could, if he has that available.
It's in that file somewhere, with all those papers. Sorry.
That the end users would undertake commercially reasonable, non-discriminatory efforts in accord with applicable law to hire individuals for openings who are residents of Villa Rica. Such efforts shall include local direct outreach to Villa Rica in any job fairs or hiring processes.
So that would be my 6th condition, and then I would modify the 4th condition to clarify that the construction for the restriping and resurfacing would have to be completed prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy.
And I believe they were agreeable to that, so that shouldn't be a problem. Is that the motion?
Yes, Madam
Okay.
Mayor.
Hope you don't have to repeat it. The second does not have to repeat that if there's a second.
I'll second that.
We have a motion, second. All in favor of the approval? Any opposed?
Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you. We're going to move on to K1, Finance. Oh, did I miss something?
Yeah, we have
Ordinance.
J8 for John.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes, there it is. Also requires a public hearing. Ordinance to amend Part 2, Code of Ordinance, Appendix A, Development Regulations, which has to do with our utility capacity.
Good evening. John Bain, Interim Deputy City Manager. This action item is to amend and adopt Part 2 of a Code of Ordinances, Appendix A, Section 200, pertaining to utility capacity. The proposed amendment is the inclusion of paragraph G into the section along with calculation guidelines. These guidelines would be used by any future applicant when determining water and sewer needs for their proposed business or development. The proposed amendment has no bearing on any current project, but what this does is provide a mechanism for staff to ensure any future applicant request for water and or sewer capacity is standardized by using the calculations in the guidelines. All applicants are currently required to complete and submit an application for water and sewer capacity. This proposed amendment would provide these applicants the calculations to use when completing the application, which again ensures staff to verify that any applicant that submits a water and sewer capacity application is using the standardized numbers. So it essentially ensures that everyone's on the same playing field and using the same calculations, which helps us manage and monitor our any future conveyance and capacity on both the water and the sewer. So Planning and Zoning has recommended approval. And as you mentioned, Mayor, this does require a public hearing.
So in a nutshell, what this is doing is providing a formula for them to say what they need as far as like water, sewer, and not them guessing on what they're going to use on their business.
Yes, ma'am, that's exactly it. It provides them the numbers to use when performing those calculations based on the type of business, the size, square footage, number of seats. You can see the list is pretty in depth. So staff, when they get the plans and those calculations in that application, we can verify through the plans that those numbers are being used, and we can therefore trust the numbers that are being provided to staff for water and sewer needs, which just helps us manage the need better, so we're not in a point in the future where we may not have necessary capacity because the numbers were underestimated.
Questions from council? I'll entertain a motion.
Ma'am, I'm
Oh.
sorry, this does require
Oh, public hearing, yes. Gosh,
Mayor, I'm sorry.
write it down and put a star, still forget.
This is actually for the clerks. The I'm sorry, the meeting agenda does not include the council cover sheet for this item. It's still over in the work session agenda, just FYI.
I will copy it over.
Thank you. Sorry, technical question.
This does not have an applicant, so we're not going to have an applicant come up. This is in general for any new business. Is there anyone that wishes to speak in favor of this change of the code of ordinance? Is there anyone that wishes to speak in opposition? In favor or opposition? You want- Okay, all right, all right.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Pam White. The only concern I have about the change in the ordinance is that last month, Mr. Bain and Mr. Mecklin stated firmly that the water capacity was full. Mr. Mecklin, after, it was spoken by the mayor that, they could possibly be sued that an applicant let their permit expire. And so Mr. Mecklin stood strong on that the capacity was full. I'm sorry, we can't do it. The next meeting, it was taken off the agenda, and I spoke with Mr. Mecklin, and he also stated that a liability had arose from what they found out. So I want to know if the ordinance is being changed because the city may have found that they allowable in some kind of way, because they was firm on not being worried about if they were out of compliance. They let their permit lapse. The water capacity was full. And as I said again, it was stated firmly that it was full, that they wouldn't be renewing the permit. So it just kind of appear that, and not being accusatory, but it seemed as if the city maybe done got itself in some type of trouble. The reason why they're trying to now seem like they're trying to change stuff so these numbers can be manipulated in some kind of way. And I was at the workshop meeting on the other day, and to hear just some of the council telling Mr. Bain to maybe change his language about saying if it's full or not. I find that to be kind of manipulative, because the people need to know this city's already in a crunch with the capacity. And like I said, you can go back and look at your videos. So we just want to know, why is the ordinance all of a sudden an urge to be changed?
Kay Smith. My concern is that a few moments ago you talked about there was a moratorium, but due to the fact that we had not enough water or sewage. So my concern is that, why is this even being brought up? Why are we even considering any kind of commercial or any kind of development at this time, when the city of Villa Rica can't even take care of what they have already approved? At the same time, I would like to also make a comment about the fact that when these businesses or developers who have come to you and been approved for subdivisions or property, whether it's a subdivision or a business, why do they not, if it's longer than 1 year or 2 at the most, why would they not have to come back and reapply? Our business and our city changes daily. And for years now, we have not had the infrastructure for what y'all and the people before you, not this necessarily the people on this council, but the ones before you have approved. And in 2021, I believe was stated, and 2022 is coming back with things that they want to change or add to their building process or their, I'm not thinking of the right word at the moment, but the bottom line is we don't have the ability in the city to support water and sewage. And as you said, this other business is going to have to have a sewer. Can't hooked up to sewer, but has a septic tank. All of Douglas County, if you're not in the city of Douglasville, is sewage, is a septic tank. And, you know, all the businesses out on to 78 are, that have been built, are septic tank. And I'm not sure where they're getting the water, but why not drill for water for these companies that, you know, is that a thought that's not in the city limits, or we don't have the water, so make them put in a well? It's just a thought. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in opposition?
Yes. Alita Dobbs Farmer. My concern with the new changes to the ordinance is this. Who is the oversight? Because as I heard the lady speak before me, there's no real oversight. I see that you're coming with, we have this scale that we're supposed to be able to implement to determine if a business should be able to grant the opportunity to proceed. But who oversees this? My concern is this. We have a problem with our current mayor. We all know that's how I feel. I can't speak for everyone else here. And my concern is we got an interim city manager, interim city deputy city manager. They all currently fall up under the mayor because they're interim. And they are accountable to her. And my concern is you're not speaking for the constituents, you're speaking for the developers and the builders. Yes, we all want development in the city of Villa Rica, but we want good development that makes sense, that don't put harm to other people. Sewage in people's houses, smells that everybody smells throughout the town from the sewage. So we do desire growth, but long as you're in charge and you got interim city manager and interim deputy manager, and they are up under you and you can fire them at will, I have a concern with what is being pushed through.
Anyone else that wishes to speak in opposition to this change in the ordinance in development regulations?
I don't know that I'm in opposition. I guess I'm neutral.
Okay, kind of in between.
And maybe John could get some insight on it. I understand that the facility coming would be on septic. It's not a bad thing. Yes, there's septic that you can put in that will handle the facility. I guess my biggest issue here with the city with this ordinance too is grease traps. You know, if we had these restaurants and stuff on these grease interceptors and they were having to pump them every 60 to 90 days, just whatever your fat, soils, and grease person, your fog person said, however long it takes, whenever you pump them or whatever. I don't think that chart's quite right. I was looking at it, and it said 25 gallons per person per shift in a warehouse or a food or a bakery or something. No way. No way. Go look at Toronto Breads. Go look at their water bill. No way, because on Saturday and Sunday when they do their cleaning, I promise you, it's outrageous. It is crazy at what they have to use to clean the machines. The amount of water that they use to clean those bread machines is crazy. It's insane at the amount of water that they have to use. So I think there might be some adjustment there. Maybe we need to go back to the drawing board on that one. I was riding through yesterday, Cross Creek, not Cross Creek, Bulligerry. Who puts in the ordinance for plumbing code here in Villa Rica as far as sewer lines? 'Cause you got one over there, PVC, just
Are you
crossing the
speaking
creek.
to the development regulation?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah, you got one over there now that's crossing a creek over there that's made out of PVC, right? It should be encased in steel in case something flows down and hits it. So that's a problem when I guess what I'm saying is it's not all on the developments. There's a lot we could be doing here. Because I don't see them out here doing no smoke tests. There's water getting in clean outs open, broke clean outs, broke pipes. It ain't just the developments. It's not just the developers, is what I'm saying. It's not just on them. It's on us here as a city as well.
I think we are done with the public hearing. Mr. Bain, something, if you're agreeable to this, I think something that might be helpful, and we talked about it during our workshop, is the confusion between we're full, we're not full, we're full, when all these things pop up. Could you clarify some of that confusion about where we are with capacity? And I know we're going to try to get information out to the public better so that there's a little bit less of that going on.
Yes, ma'am.
And maybe to the need, why this change is occurring. Yeah.
No, that was exactly right. Thank you.
Okay.
So-
Why this change is occurring. There we go.
Sure.
Twice.
So, based on all the existing projects that were already approved from some time ago through recently, we've identified that once all those projects are complete, our wastewater infrastructure, and by that I mean our 2 wastewater treatment facilities that we have in the city, will be at capacity. So over the past couple years, we've been taking steps to stay ahead of that, so that by the time those projects are built out, we will have available capacity for future projects beyond that. That includes the expansion of a wastewater treatment plant or 2. It includes updating conveyance systems and pump stations, which we've been working on. And it includes managing and monitoring closely any future project that comes to the city. So our goal has been and has always been, when an applicant brings a project to the city, we want to ensure that we can serve them water and sewer, and we want to ensure their request for water and sewer is accurate. So in looking at some past applications, we actually went back to the applicant and told them, hey, we reviewed it, we modeled it, we think your numbers are low. You need to increase your numbers and we'll take another look, right? So we looked at it based on whether, if it's a restaurant, square footage, number of square footage of the kitchen, square footage of the dining room, number of tables, number of chairs. There are formulas, as you can see in the guideline, there are formulas that can be used for all those calculations. So again, we understand that although we are not at capacity today at both wastewater plants, upon completion of all the upcoming projects, we essentially will be. So we're working to stay ahead of that through state approvals to expand the plant and through having more oversight over all these applications and developers when they come to the city, which is in one part why our building services team and the rest of the staff now have regular meetings every other Wednesday with any developer that's either proposing a project or has a current project going on, where we can talk about land disturbance permits, business licenses, water and sewer capacity applications. The first item that must be completed and approved prior to anything else, prior to us even accepting an application, is for the applicant to complete and submit an application for water and sewer capacity. They can't go any further down the road until we tell them whether or not we can serve them water and sewer. So if we tell them we can serve them water and sewer, then they can submit their application, whether it's for rezoning or a land disturbance permit or a business license or just about anything. But the first step is always applying for water and sewer. So the item before us tonight is simply to ensure these developers, when they come to the table with a project, that they're using accurate numbers to provide us so we can model appropriately. That's what we're trying to achieve here, is we want to ensure these applicants that come to us and these developers that come to us with a project, we can discuss the project we just approved recently, just earlier this evening. We want to ensure when those developers come to the city, they know the first step is to submit a water and sewer application. And they know if they don't get approved for that, their project's moving forward. So we want to make sure when they submit that water and sewer application that they're using data we can rely on. Staff shouldn't, in my opinion, staff should not spend their time running through calculations that a developer should be doing. Right? The developer should be providing us that. What we can do with this is we can look back at their plans and say whether or not their numbers are accurate, and then we can model it in our infrastructure appropriately, and we can better understand what the impact on the infrastructure for both that project and any surrounding area, right? Sometimes we can serve a project, but we may understand that that may cause a low pressure system somewhere, so we would require that developer to improve and mitigate that potential problem as part of a development agreement. So again, what we're trying to achieve here tonight is to ensure that any applicant or developer that comes to us with an application for water and sewer are using numbers that we can rely on, that we can trust. And then we also have a mechanism in place to review their application, compare it to their concept plan, and make sure it's accurate. And if not, we deny their application until they redo it and resubmit.
Okay, so when we say moratorium, we have a moratorium on multifamily, except what's been approved in prior years. We have a moratorium on subdivisions, but you can build a single-family home. Somebody has their property, they're allowed to build their home. And there's another caveat, this might be helpful. What is the caveat where you can develop because you're helping us build the infrastructure for the conveyance, just so people understand, there's a moratorium, but there's a caveat.
Yes.
If they can.
And Mayor, if I may, respectfully, what we have is this process where a water and sewer application must be submitted and approved prior to anything else. So if a developer comes in with a large multifamily proposal, we understand based on where we are today that that's not going to get approved because we won't have the capacity for that because of what's already been approved, right? So that's essentially the moratorium. That's how we have it in place, is by means of the water and sewer capacity application requirement. So there are a couple stipulations in that. If a resident owns a piece of property and wants to build their home on that piece of property, they are essentially exempt from that requirement because we don't want to tell a homeowner they can't build their dream home on their piece of property. So we have that as an exemption. Another exemption, as I understand it, is if someone is operating a home business with 2 or fewer employees, they are also exempt from this requirement. Similar reasons, we don't want to tell a person they can't operate their home business because of our water and sewer. We have those 2 in place because we think that's beneficial to the resident and it has negligible impact on our infrastructure. What this does is help us with any commercial businesses, industrial facilities, large multifamily or large single family development projects. This helps us manage that and make sure we are not in a position where we're over capacity. But just to clarify your point one more time, we are not, while we are not at capacity today, once everything that's currently approved is built out, we will essentially be at capacity at our 2 treatment plants. So I need to work on that messaging more, as I mentioned last week, and I will do that so we can share that. What we are working diligently on today is to stay ahead of that through the state approval process, through expanding a treatment plant, and through things such as this. So in the future, when someone comes to us with a project, we can make sure that they're providing us accurate data and that we can rely on that data, and we have a means to go back and test that data against our ordinance. So that's really what we're discussing here tonight.
Councilman Montahan, do you think that helped with the part about why we're here, why we're doing this with the accurate numbers or whatever?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I think in some, I guess, from my perspective, is that we're no longer going to just rely solely on the representation of the developer or the applicant, but we're going to have our own numbers to verify those with. That's the way I see it. So.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes, correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Barr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. John, if a developer turns in inaccurate numbers, is there a penalty for that? Or do we go back and do we charge them, or what happens if the numbers are inaccurate?
If they are inaccurate, we deny once this is approved, if they are inaccurate, we would deny the application and they would have to resubmit.
Okay, so you can catch it before you actually approve it. Let's just say they said, it was this, and then when they get started, then it end up being something else. Can you go back after that point, or does this catches it before you go any further?
This catches it before we go any further. They are required to get an approval letter from staff on water and sewer capacity before we will even accept their application. So this is just further shoring up that process. Does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think that's it. And we did our public hearing. I hope that explanation has helped. We'll try to get that information out to everyone so they'll understand the capacity. The mayor can interject, but the mayor doesn't vote unless there's a tie. So every one of these things, and I've actually never voted because there hasn't been a tie. So whether these policies get approved or these ordinances or the rezonings all comes down to the vote of the council, except when there's a tie and it hasn't occurred. So I'll go ahead and entertain a motion.
I make a motion to approve the requested ordinance to adopt and amend Part 2 Villa Rica Code of Ordinances, Appendix A, Developmental Regulations 200, Application and Plan Review General Requirements pertaining to utility capacity to include water and sewer utilities to replace and repeal all conflicting ordinances.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed?
That is unanimous.
All right. K1, finance update. Ms. Long? Tried to bring you up a little early that time when I was going to skip the ordinance.
Right.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Amanda Long, the Interim Finance Director. I'm going to do a financial update. This is as of January 2026. So we run about a month behind because we don't close out the month until about the 10th day, and because of the deadlines for the agenda, we're always a little bit behind. So cash, we're up 6% compared to January of last year. We're sitting at 52 million total cash. We've got numbers broke out here. The general fund is up about $2 million. Water sewer fund is up about 1.5. Sanitation solid waste, about 100,000. Stormwater is up significantly, and this is because the general fund right now fully funds stormwater. So it's kind of part of that general fund number. The East Side TAD bond proceeds, we've used about 25% of them compared to last year. We're down to 6.8 million. The TAD debt service fund has been completely depleted, and that's because we just paid our debt service payment in December. We did not have enough money to meet that debt service payment, which we planned in the budget, so the general fund had to kick in some money too. So that's why that's showing zero cash. 2015 Carroll Splost is dwindling down. That referendum has long been over. We're just finishing up the projects that we planned with it. Same thing for 2016 Douglas Splost. That will dwindle down, and those Splosts were replaced by the 21 and 22 where we still have money coming in monthly on those. Residential permits and taps, we look at these numbers to evaluate growth. Our building permits compared to last year are actually down, with only 79 permits compared to 135 last year. However, our water and sewer taps are up. And I think that's just the way building is. They have to have the permits a lot of times before they have taps, and I think we'll see these kind of even out as the year goes. Local option sales tax, numbers are continuing to grow for Carroll County. We're up 9.6 compared to last year. Douglas County kind of has, we had someone over-report sales tax last year. So we have had to give that back to the state and to the person that overpaid. So our numbers kind of look a little funny, like they've decreased, but it's because we over-reported last year. Property tax numbers for Carroll County, we are at a 93% collection for that, the bills that went out December 1st. For Douglas County, we've collected 98%. Business activity, so water and sewer, this is kind of where we're at. Last year we were showing a negative bottom line number of 498,000, and this year we're at negative 421. And this is mostly due to our debt service payment being due, it was due March 1st. So this will correct itself by the end of the year. So
it won't look like that, right?
It will not look
Okay.
like that. We aim to break even after the capital and the projects we need to maintain and upgrade infrastructure. So business activity for sanitation and solid waste, we're pretty close to last year. Last year we were at 37,000. This year we're showing an income of almost 10,000. I did look at this. Our personnel expenses up a little bit, and we've also had more maintenance and repair costs on our trucks and equipment. So this will probably even itself out as the year goes. Those expenses kind of ebb and flow. Self-funded insurance, we continue to do well. Our bank balance is 2.2 million. Employer plus employee plus miscellaneous contributions for the last 4 months. So for the current fiscal year are 800,000, and then our expenses are right around 600,000. So we're showing a positive 200,000 right now. That's all I have. Any
questions from council? Okay, I think we're good. Thank you, Ms. Long. Legal, Attorney Smith.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Last week, we discussed the charter change amendment regarding the city manager position. And then Councilman Montahan and Councilman Barr requested that the mayor draft something that sort of expressed what her specific wants and needs were, and she communicated those to me, and I have attempted to faithfully put them down in the charter, and so now that is what is in front of you. It's actually, if we'll scroll down please, it's going to be, the new version is going to be under section 2. So this A, B, and then there's on the next page there's a C that would be the sections and Councilman Momtahan did point out a subsection of A that didn't quite make any sense, and this is the draft that has removed that section that didn't make any sense. But if you would like to see that, I think the clerk can pull it for you.
I have under charter change amendment, I only have Sumter Consulting on.
You'll have to refresh it. I had them put it on so that we could have it for discussion.
If I may, while you're doing that, Mayor. So, Attorney Smith, if you look at, this is kind of goes back to that kind of, I think, a housekeeping question that you had, not really going to the substance of the change, but the kind of, if you take a look at Section 2, you essentially have, Section A, which is, I'll call it the appointment paragraph, Section B, which is the qualifications paragraph, and Section C is the removal or termination paragraph. If you compare that with Section 1, you'll have A again is the appointment paragraph, but B is the removal termination paragraph, and C is the qualifications paragraph. So when you look at the first basically paraphrase or partial phrase of partial sentence of Section A in Section 2, it says subject to Section B. Well, in this section, Section B is the qualifications paragraph, whereas in the language as it is now, Section B is the termination removal paragraph.
Right.
And so my question was, was that intentional to leave subsection B in there, or was that meant to say subsection C?
It was intentional because I thought it made more sense to say that subject to the qualifications that are required. That's who you appoint. If you disagree and you think that it should reference subsection C, subject to the termination provisions,
I can see it both ways.
I can too, but I thought it made sense.
I can see the qualification. I can see that, and that's why I originally kind of glazed over that, and then I went back and looked, and I saw they weren't parallel.
Right. I went back and forth about it. This was a drafting choice that I made, and I am at whatever you guys think makes more sense, whatever reads more clear.
Okay, well,
then
I thought that would just be like a little housekeeping thing, but if it does go to the substance, then we'll talk about it. So that was just it.
And I don't know that it does. I think it can read either way, and I will defer to the judgment of the council.
So I guess then my question then, Mayor, were you going to say anything? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, I was just listening and trying to scroll along to follow.
Okay. So I guess, and Attorney Smith, this is the second version. This is after we emailed.
Yes.
So there was a previous version that you sent out yesterday. And so I guess my question then is, Mayor, is this language, is the version that's in your docket here, I guess it's the one titled City Manager Charter Amendment 2026, including Momtahan changes, is that agreeable? Or is this language agreeable to you? Because I think that's kind of where we're at.
I believe so from the last thing I read. The first version that came out, there was a misunderstanding between the attorney and I on I'm trying to remember which point it was.
It was the vote portion. I think, I don't even recall what the issue was, but the way that it was phrased was not how you had intended it to be phrased. So subsequently, we
that
fixed
in a
it.
dismissal, that that the mayor had to almost be involved in that vote for a dismissal, and it doesn't have to be that. It just has to be 4 out of the 6 people. If there's a dismissal of a city manager, there would be a clear consensus of 4 of the 6 governing body, but it would not have to include the mayor.
Correct, yes.
And the version you sent to me
incorrectly.
looked like the mayor had to vote for it to happen, and that was not my intention.
Okay, I mean, that, and I'm just I don't know what your conversations were, but that subsection C is unchanged from the original version that I've seen. What I've seen to be the change was that the original subsection A said that candidate for the city council to be confirmed by 3 council members, are overridden by 4 council members. That's what that language said. And since my email, Nicole, Attorney Smith, so is that what you're referring to?
No,
That's been
there was
stricken?
a earlier draft.
Okay.
It went to the council, but you guys may have just read your most recent version, and the most recent version fixed the language that the mayor is talking about. And the most recent version with Momtahan changes has fixed the discrepancy that was remnant language left over from the 24 charter change about appointing and a vote of 4 overriding that appointment. We're not dealing with an appointment anymore. We're dealing with the mayor providing the candidate subject to approval.
Yeah, so you had asked me would I provide some wording, and when I put the wording together, it was more about the mayor's position, not who the mayor is right now, but whoever might be in that position now and the successors afterwards. What happened back in 2024 when our state representatives altered the charter in 2 different ways. One way that they cleared it up, clarifying language and made it stronger, was that you couldn't hire one of us coming out of office. We couldn't be hired onto the city within a year. They clarified that language because there was some issue with that. The other was that they actually gave authority to the mayor to hire and/or dismiss a city manager, but it could be overridden by 4 council members. Then the council sought, and you can correct this if it's wrong, sought to go back to the original language prior to the change by the state guys. The state guys made it. Before that, it was city manager it's a little vague in the language of the charter, but it says the council, basically hires the mayor. In the charter, because it uses the word council in numerous places, in the beginning of the charter, it means corporately. When it says council and the corporate powers, we can tax, we can zone, it's talking about all of us. There's other parts of the charter where it breaks it down into the individual powers. Mayor can veto, but can be overridden, and how that works, how the voting. The mayor does not vote unless it's a tie. Otherwise, everything that's pretty much getting approved or unapproved is by the council. The mayor can veto certain things, ordinances, written resolutions, but it still can be overridden by the council with 4 members. So when they changed it after what occurred for everybody that was here in 23 and 24, when I came into office, you know what happened with the city manager, the former mayor, and all that. We're not going to rehash all that. But because of what was going on in the city at the time, the state representatives intervened, and they can do that. They do have authority, and they changed 2 different things in the charter. My effort to try to make this more agreeable was to offer that language that was requested. Or, hey, what are you looking for? And so the language I put forward, and I can't say this in legalese, that's Ms. Smith's job, is that the mayor would need to bring forth the candidate, but it's still stipulated on approval by the council. And when it came to a dismissal of a city manager, that the mayor would have a vote in there, because what happened prior was the mayor could verbally say things, but that's it. You had no vote. You had less than a council person has to say a city manager needs to go. And on the front end, with the hiring of a city manager, that was totally voted by the council, even though in practice, we might be back there all, back in a room going through the resumes together, but the mayor really didn't have any type of vote or say about who that person would be, other than maybe going through resumes and giving a verbal say on it. And that leaves a mayor in an extremely weakened state when they really don't have any type of authority, even a single vote, in the person that they're expected to work most closely with as an elected official. They'll work with the council, but as of the elected officials, that would be the person that is working most closely with the city manager. And I happened to come into a situation where the city manager had already said they were not going to work with me, and that's exactly what they did until over a period of months, about 6 months, when a lot of different things occurred that we can't rehash here. They were finally dismissed. Okay, let's, in the audience. All right, so that's it. I'm trying, it's the position now, but it's also what am I going to pass on to mayors in front of me, behind me, to avoid them from getting in that type of position that I found myself in with the city manager that wasn't even working with the mayor, but all I could do was verbalize something about it. I had no vote, no nothing. Yes, Councilman Barr.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was following you at first, but then I have a question. So are you saying that you're not in favor of the language that basically says the mayor should be entitled to a vote in Section C? Or are you okay with that?
Say again, I didn't catch what you said.
In Section C, basically, I thought I heard, well, I know this is what, let me back up. Are you okay with this language here? This is the language that you wish to bring forth.
The last thing I read, did anything else change besides what in that cleared up? Because that's the last thing I read. I wanted to make sure there wasn't some other kind of change.
No, so what was removed was, I think it previously stated that you could present a candidate for an indefinite term to be confirmed by 3 council members or overridden by the vote of 4.
Yeah, and that
language
that was hanging over from previous language and
Yes.
needed to go. That was the
my
only change from the
understanding,
last
and yeah,
reading.
that's the only thing
Yes,
that was
sir.
removed.
Yes, Councilman.
So this one basically is, you're in favor of this language or this particular draft?
Yes.
Okay. And that last line in there that basically says that the mayor should be entitled to a vote, in addition, I guess, with the 4 affirmative votes, is that you wish to keep that in there as well?
Correct. So
Okay.
that on the front end and the tail end, that the mayor has something in there about who that person will be or if they are to go.
Okay.
That there's some participation by the mayor other than verbally giving an opinion.
All right. And this is maybe a question for Attorney Smith. Does that supersede the mayor's power to veto? In the end, if the mayor has a vote, then wouldn't that give up the mayor's power to veto?
I would think so, yes.
Okay. Is that something that you?
To be honest, I don't believe there is veto power on a hire. It's been used on ordinances and resolutions.
I'm sorry, what? Yeah. There's not a provision here that provides for a veto, is basically my
Okay.
understanding.
So basically, there's no veto that the mayor has in this case. Okay. And so that she would have a vote in the removal. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilman Warmoth.
So my understanding was always that the mayor did not have veto power when it came to hiring, or
I don't remember.
is
That's what I'm
is that not correct? With personnel?
Right, my familiarity with the veto powers of the mayor is very limited. I would have to study it, but what I can tell you is that right here, there is no provision that provides a veto for either the hiring or the termination of the city manager position.
Okay.
Right Right, but the mayor
What-
has general veto powers, though, so even if it's not specified, she may, and that's, I mean, I'm gonna pull the
That's what
charter
I
up
thought
real
was-
quick while
But
we're
if
looking,
it's
but-
not codified, that she can do it for hiring and firing, and I just simply can't speak to that. I'm not familiar enough to be able to answer the question.
Gotcha, that's
Okay,
fine, I'm looking it up right now, so, I'll go ahead, sorry.
So what, I'm thinking in my head of the potential problems with, the particular wording with this. How would the council be included in the hiring process?
So, excuse me, the way that it is currently phrased is that the mayor will present the candidate to city council, and then the council members can, by a vote of 3, affirm that, affirm the hiring of that person for the position. There is no language that has any, this will be done with a consultant, everyone will look at the resumes. There is no provision that states that in what is currently drafted.
If I could.
No.
Okay, I
so
wanted to
ultimate-
speak to that.
So ultimately, the mayor would be the one to present that candidate, and the council would have no hand in any of that if the mayor were not moving forward with choosing that or bringing forth that candidate.
That is correct. There is currently, a negotiated idea to do so with a consultant, but there's nothing that says next time or 5 years or anything.
Ultimately, the council could be sitting at 2 years without a hired city manager, correct?
If the mayor did not present a candidate, it is my understanding that you are correct.
Okay, that's my question with that part, which could present another issue. The other portion that brings some concerns is the voting. I honestly can't figure the math out to make it make sense as to where the benefit is for the mayor to have a vote in that. I mean, ultimately, if it's a 3-2 vote to dismiss the city manager, then that third vote would be irrelevant anyways. If it were a 2-3, then all the mayor's going to do is tie the vote, and then we're at a standstill. So I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around the purpose of having a vote other than saying that you're having a vote. So again, I feel like this is nothing more than what we currently have. There's not any balance of power. There's other issues that can arise. I'm not interested in continuing to rehash how we got here. I understand that there were a lot of issues that happened 2 years ago. I am not denying that. I've also stated for the record that I did not have a complete understanding of the outcome that this would end up having and the problems that would end up arising from this this charter change to begin with. So I'm not denying that. I won't say I was in favor, but I certainly did not quite understand the repercussions of it. And that's what I'm trying to think through with this is the repercussions of what kind of change that we make. And so I just want the public to understand that I'm discussing in the open exactly where those potential issues could come from. Again, we're talking about trusting that a mayor is going to bring a candidate for the council to even vote on. Because as it is right now, the council, or how this is being presented, the council would have absolutely no ability to present that candidate. And so we could be sitting on idle until the mayor decides to bring forth that candidate. And then the other issue again is the power to vote for termination. I can't make the math make sense with that, because under any scenario, the mayor having a vote on that is not gonna change the outcome.
So if I could just give you one, I guess, difference between what we currently have and what this could provide to the council in terms of your ability to move forward. Should the mayor elect to hire or fire, it is sort of 100% in her court, and you may only override that decision by a supermajority, right? You would have to have a vote of 4-1 at minimum to make that change. If we switch to the way it is currently presented, you only have to have a 3-2 to terminate. For the council, the mayor theoretically would have to provide the fourth vote for the whichever way you want to go, or you could have a supermajority of the council, a 4-2, including the mayor on the other side.
Can
Does
I
that make
clarify?
sense?
Oh, go ahead and finish. I'd like
Okay,
to clarify
so
a couple
it's
things.
It's hard to talk about it and not write it down for me. I apologize.
No, it's okay, because I'm trying to wrap my head around
I gotta
what you're
write
sharing too.
graphs, and so if I'm not articulating myself well, please.
So it would be a 3-2 vote though.
Mm-hmm.
And that would be without the mayor.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not what this says.
No, she will still provide a vote. What I'm saying is, and I'm not saying it well, you have to have 4 votes, yes, in the termination, but in the affirmation, in the appointing of someone, you only have to have a council majority. And right now you don't have that ability at all.
Understood.
So
But
you're
what
saying
this is saying is that it would have to be four affirmative votes, but the mayor would have a vote in that.
Yes, in the termination provision, and that lands on the example you provided before, where it's 3-2, right, of council, and the mayor goes with the 3, and you've got your 4, which is the affirmative vote.
Right.
The mayor goes with the 2, and you have a tie, which kills the motion.
A tie.
So
That's what a tie does in other government entities too.
Mayor, please.
it's effectively the same.
That's what I'm saying. So effectively, the potential issue could be that we end up with a 3-3.
Right. But
and at a standstill.
If you get the 3-2 and the mayor votes in favor, then or if you get a 4-1, I'm doing a bad job again.
Because there's no, if it's a 3-2 vote, then yes, if it's a 3-2 vote to terminate and the mayor's wanting to terminate and then it becomes a 4-2 vote, then that vote to terminate doesn't matter anyways, because it was already going to be a 3-person vote to terminate.
Right. But what you currently have doesn't give you that. And this
Well,
does.
what we currently have is the mayor holds all the power.
Exactly.
Well,
and
but
this
it's been
opens up
overridden,
an
clearly.
opportunity.
But
Can I clarify just a couple things? Because I think
I'm-
it'll help us moving forward about some of the things that were brought up about whether the council would be involved in the hiring. Because we can work on that language.
No, we haven't
okay.
been able to work on the language.
We
so
have-
again, Mayor, I wasn't done speaking.
No, go ahead, but
I'm trying to be very civil
I wanted to answer
here.
one of the things you brought up. Go ahead, but please give me an opportunity, because I would like to respond about how what presumption you can make as far as everybody participating, and we can work on that language, but go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm trying to make a vote make sense.
I understand.
The charter currently says that the mayor does not get a vote. We have a weak mayor structure. That's what our charter is designed to be. if I'm going to sit here and agree to change part of the charter, then I would like to make sure that I'm fully understanding that.
Yes. And I agree that
I'm not understanding at all how the mayor having a vote is going to do anything other than potentially create a tie vote. Because again, if no matter how you do the math on it, it is still the same scenario. The only difference would be that tie vote. So then what? And then we're just at a standstill. So this just doesn't seem like the best solution. Because again, we're resolving one issue and creating another. And I think we have to really consider what the potential effect could be with this. And again, I don't think that this is the solution as far as giving the mayor a vote.
I understand where you're coming from, and I actually think it might benefit the council if more council members are able to speak to this, and we can, because
That's fair.
I've sort of gone the same way. I've tried to do the math to figure out in what instance will this create a different outcome, and I have failed. So if I could put it to the council to see if there's something, some positive feedback that we're able to get there, I think that would maybe move the conversation forward.
Okay.
If I could give just some clarification here on how could we presume that everyone would be involved in the process of hiring. The charter, before it was even changed to this, did not stipulate in detail how that would play out. It said the city manager serves at the pleasure of the council corporately. Whoever that manager was serves at the pleasure of the corporate governing body. When it got changed in '24, it was the manager serves at the pleasure of the mayor. My wording is that the manager that I provided serves at the pleasure of the mayor and council. That manager is working for all of us, the entire governing body. Now, in order for that to happen, you hire them. And council cannot vote on something that they're not familiar with. And if the mayor could vote, couldn't either. So while the mayor may bring forth a candidate, we all have to be involved in interview process, resumes. Now, in the old language, when I said the mayor didn't have a vote or anything else, the mayor did participate. I wasn't the mayor. There were several mayors I worked with. They participated looking through the resumes and all, but it wasn't in the language of the charter. And so even the concern on my part was, even though it played out that way, it wasn't written in the language. So actually the mayor could have been totally left out of that process because it wasn't clear in the charter, which I'm telling you, we've got to make some clarification on the charter. Also, so I believe the presumption is there that it's participation by all. If it's not, then let's put it in the language. A tie. Things tie sometime. If one person is gone, the mayor gets to vote. We could still end up in a tie. That happens. When there's a tie, it fails. It just does. It takes 4 people. It takes a clear consensus of 6 to dismiss a city manager. Not 3, but a clear consensus of 4, and the mayor gets a vote in that. Everything I've heard, and I'm about done, because on the standstill, there's no standstill. It fails if there's a tie. That's the way it works. If you were missing and I voted and we tied because you were ill or weren't here or out of town, it would be a tie and it would fail. It happens if you're at a county commission meeting. It happens at any other meeting where that occurs, where there's only an even number. How often do we hire a city manager? Now, or that would be an issue maybe if you had an even number for all these things you vote on all the time, but this only applies in the hiring of a city manager. The mayor's still not voting on all the policies. And it's happening because of what occurred. We saw what can happen to a weakened mayor. And I don't want to leave a mayor, I mean, in the future, in the kind of position I was put in, any mayors beyond that. But I believe we need to take the time to do it, to get the wording right. But the only thing I've heard from council, this is not a down, it's just the only thing I've heard from council is why the mayor can't have any authority. Nobody has put forth, I've tried to find a compromise from the mayor gets to hire and the mayor gets to fire. And the mayor gets to do it unless the mayor is overridden by a supermajority. I've tried to move toward the council. In this case, we don't have to use a consultant agency. I realize that's not in the charter either. But the way we're doing it, we are using a consultant agency who does come talk to all of us together and individually, and they use that information to help vet the candidates that will fit Villa Rica. I haven't heard anybody propose, how can the mayor have even the vote of a council member? I mean, have anything other than you can say something, but you have no real legitimate authority with a hire or a fire. All I hear is, we want a weak mayor, and that's why we want a weak mayor that doesn't have that. The council does the hire, the council does the fire. And I don't know where to go with that, because that leaves the mayor really, whoever it is, in a really vulnerable situation. Councilman Montahan.
Okay, 3 things. All right, so I read the charter. It's not entirely clear whether it applies to personnel decisions or not. So my first question is, Mayor, would you agree to waive your veto power when it comes to decisions regarding the hiring or firing of the city manager? And can we add that provision into this part of the ordinance?
I wouldn't, and I'll tell you why. I don't think it ever existed. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I've never seen anybody even attempt to do that over the years.
Okay, so you
There's
would,
only one
I mean,
council member
just,
that's been
would
on
you,
here a lot
would
longer
you,
than me.
I mean, just for clarity's sake, though, since it's unclear in my reading of the charter whether that veto power applies to this decision or not, would you be okay with
Yes.
waiving it?
Yes.
Okay. Second
I
question
apologize,
was
Councilman. Could you restate that so that I can make sure you waive?
waive the
veto
mayor's
power.
veto power on decisions regarding.
I'm waiving
the-
something that's not there,
Well,
but to put it in the language so we know it's not there.
Exactly,
Is that
exactly
clear?
right, exactly
Okay.
right. Are you good?
Yep.
Okay.
We'll keep
The
going.
second thing is. all
Waive
right,
the mayor's veto power in regard to the hiring and firing of the city manager?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. I
Um,
apologize.
And then the second thing is, so to address Councilwoman Warmark's concern about what if the mayor just decides not to present a candidate. So I see 2 options here. I see option to address that concern. Option A would be to say that the mayor and council may present a candidate for city manager. Option B is if upon request from the council, and I'm just thinking of the language as I talk it, upon request from the council, if the mayor fails or refuses to present a candidate for city manager within 30, 60, 90, 80, 180 days, whatever it might be, the council then has the option to present candidates for city manager. Would you be okay with, I would, in my view, preferably option A, but option B as an alternative?
Haven't even thought about that because why would somebody not want to have a city manager? I
That's
can't
a
even
good-
fathom not wanting to.
And
you
from
know,
a practical
so
perspective, I think that's fair.
I don't know that
but-
I can even, I don't think I could answer that on the spur of the moment because it doesn't make sense to me why anybody in elected office, because they're going to ultimately answer to the people. And the people are going to make their wishes known.
Well, respectfully, Mayor,
Yeah.
we have March to get this done because the legislative session will be over.
I get that. I just can't.
So if we could.
I can't imagine not wanting to have a city manager, so.
And then the final, I'm sorry. And then the final thing,
You kind of need that.
Councilwoman Warmoff's point, including, just to address that concern, in my view, I totally agree with you, and I see what you're saying. It's kind of futile. It just doesn't make sense. However, it's better than what we have now. And we are, the council, and I say we, the council itself is gaining something in this give and take by being able to have a traditional 3-2 or 3 majority vote on the hiring of the manager. So, it's kind of like if she's talking about waiving a veto power that she doesn't have, then I'm kind of seeing that in the same light. And just for the sake of, we only have until March.
No, and I appreciate this conversation because, I thought that this was something that we should have a discussion about and something that we can all agree on. It hasn't, we're finally having that discussion, so I appreciate those options that you just threw out.
Councilman Conte, you're done, Councilman Conte?
I agree with Councilman Monahan with option A. I'm definitely not comfortable with the council not having any input on recruiting and hiring a city manager. And I'm definitely not comfortable with us not having a consultant take that lead at all. My additional
I'm sorry,
concern.
Would you say your last sentence? I missed what you said in the last sentence.
I'm concerned pertaining to us not having a consultant firm to recruit and look for a city manager. I don't think that should be left up to one individual or locally at all. It needs to be a professional consulting firm that council all agrees upon to do this search for the best candidate, if you will. And then I'm also concerned as Councilwoman Wortham, Lord have mercy, Warmouth, it's a long night, Warmouth, and Councilman Monahan stated about the numbers of how we're going to determine whether or not to terminate a city manager. This charter, from my understanding, has, up until 2024, has always been deemed for a weak mayor. That's not this council's doing or the council prior to this. This is how it has always been, and it's my understanding this is the first time that a mayor has wanted to, for whatever reasons, revamp this charter. Is that correct, Attorney Smith?
Not being David
Because I'm new and
Mecklin.
I'm trying to get, I like clarity.
I
With
didn't
the-
change the charter.
With the history that he has, I think that you are unfortunately in a unique situation where there was a change made sort of outside of you guys, and now we're trying to remedy that situation. So yes, to my understanding, this is the first time that the mayor will have a vote. However, what you are remedying is a mayor that has all of the say.
Understood.
So it is unique.
Understood. So yeah, I just want to go on record again, just reiterating that I definitely want the council to have, council members to have a choice in who we are looking to recruit and elect per professional consultation, present it to us, and then present it to the public on who to hire for city manager. And you're right, Attorney Smith, that this 2024 charter basically have given sole power to our current mayor, unfortunately, because I just don't see how that was from prior charters. That was what it was meant to do. As a citizen and now as a council member. So those two are concerning, especially, I'm okay per se with the end part where we would put in some type of language about the mayor giving up the veto power if she's going to have a vote for termination, because you can't have one without the other. That's just too much for me. That's too far of a bridge for me to cross. But at this point, there needs to be some language in there for my support for the council to have a say on who we hire and how that goes about the processing.
So I would just caution the council to not include language about the consultant because that is a contract
Okay.
that we're going to have to enter.
That's why I didn't put it in there.
So
Yeah.
I just think in this instance, we could collectively very quickly, I think, work on some creative language that has something to do with the recruitment process, but still allows the mayor to make the sort of formal presentation. So is it
Yeah, I don't care
possible-
about the formal presentation. I care about the processing.
We could do, subject to subsection B of this section, and mayor and council review, the mayor shall present I don't know. I'm going to look at the other attorney on the board and see if he can help with
Yeah, I just want to
something
make
that
sure that it's in black and white, that
Yeah.
it states that the council, too, will present whomever candidate to possibly for us to review as a count. So it's not just one individual doing that.
Right.
So we all have participatory in that.
Matthew, was there
Tyson
anything?
Vance has a lot of attorneys you can run things by.
do, but-
If I'll just say, we have all agreed the whole time about using a consultant. The prior council, even before the new council members, all of us thought that was a good idea. We wanted to do it. Y'all came on, it was the same thing. It was unanimous. That's not a disagreement between us. The reason I didn't put something in like trying to bind in the charter a future mayor and council to it is because it also involves spending money on, and they may not want to hire a consultant. I think it's a good idea. We all think it's a really good idea. But I don't know, we would bind them to having to hire a consultant if it were in the language of the charter. And that's a bit much because it is the contract and because it's the expenditure of money to do it compared to if you have your HR post something.
That being said, I do think there is probably some language out there that we could craft. Matthew, do you have?
I mean, you started it off. I mean, you could say after review or so forth, whatever you said. But I mean, we could pull it straight from the United States Constitution and say with the advise and consent or something to that effect. With presidential appointments, with the advise of the council or the review and advice of the council, the mayor may or shall present to the council, and then the council basically consents or gives a 3-0 vote or 3 affirmative vote, majority vote.
Does that
However it's done,
satisfy?
as long as it's clarified and there's no mix. It needs to be plain language, because I feel this is another reason we're in this pickle, because the mayor is stating before that the language was not clear. So it needs to be plain language. It needs to have a lot of clarity where there is no ambiguity.
I'm just Googling. Mayor, is that something, if we were to, prior to the mayor shall present, include some language that states, with the review and consent of the council, the mayor shall present? Does that satisfy the sort of resume flipping concept that we've discussed previously?
I'm not sure about the precise language. I know where we want to get. I'm just not sure if that's the language, but yes, that by saying that the manager works at the pleasure of the mayor and council is working for the whole governing body, so it only makes sense that all of us are participating in the vetting of the candidate in a sense, and seeing all the resumes and having an input about how we feel about the different candidates. If that's what that language is doing, yeah, I just wasn't sure about the language.
Oh, excuse me. Well, you have council members that want to speak.
Yeah. Councilman Warmoth?
I just don't want to assume anything. I think that it needs to be in black and white. It needs to be spelled out in here and not assume that serving at the pleasure of mayor and council means that council's going to be included it needs to all be spelled out.
I agree, because to be honest, the way the old wording was written, the way it played out on the ground was not in the language of the charter. It said, basically, was it like the council, without saying who the council is, corporately or alone, hires the mayor, hires the city manager, but nowhere in there did it say anything separately that the mayor gets to participate. So actually, even though the prior mayors, to me, because I've never, I haven't done that process in my seat now as hiring a permanent manager, there was no language. The mayor could have been actually not included at all because it wasn't in the language.
I know.
So I don't have a
where,
problem.
I know that's where your concern was, and that's why I'm saying we can't sit here and assume that council's going to be included, just like your concern has been that the mayor doesn't have to be included,
Exactly.
but just always has been as just standard procedure. And that's why I'm saying we need to make sure that it's in writing, as Councilwoman Conte mentioned, making sure that it's all in black and white so that there are no questions and there's no wiggle room for anything to be read into it. None of those loopholes.
Yes, because then it's subject to interpretation that can be interpreted differently at different times. I agree that it needs to be very clear. Oh, Councilman Barr, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To Councilwoman Conte and point, as well as Councilman Monahan's fix, can we just basically say that the mayor and the council shall present? Wouldn't that suffice? I mean, that would basically accomplish the same thing. You're just adding in mayor and the council. Because what I'm hearing, I'm thinking is the mayor and the council want to be a part of who presents, right?
Right, and a part, yes, and a part of the decision on this is the one we're presenting,
Yeah.
whomever that may be in the future.
So if you said the mayor and the council should present, that would, presume to me that the mayor and the council had a, consensus in how they got to that point to present.
Right, I'm okay with that language.
I agree with us all participating in the interview process, and in our particular case, using a consultant that's vetting a candidate and looking for a candidate that fits based on conversations they've had with us together and separately and spoken to our department heads. I do not agree with changing that language. I'm sticking with the language that that the mayor will present the candidate.
Okay. And so then you could just basically add in what the mayor just
But it
stated.
still requires the affirmation of 3 council members for it to happen.
But there's no language that will specify that council is able to participate in that, which is what your concern was with the previous language and the mayor not being included because it wasn't spelled out in the charter.
No, there can still be, can you clarify that on the participation? The language on that doesn't have to do with the actual presentation. It has to do with the interview process, and we're all looking at the resumes and giving our input about the candidates? Or?
Yeah, I do appreciate Councilman Barr's attempt to simplify the process, but I think that what Councilman Momtahan had presented previously might satisfy the mayor, and I've quickly drafted something. If you would read along with me at section A, it would say, subject to subsection B of this section, and upon review and approval of the council, the mayor shall present. Is that to me? No, well, I mean, I wrote it on.
I know,
here. So
I'm trying to listen. I'm not
apologize.
the auditory learner. I got to say the words, but that's okay. I'm trying to take it in. I think
Repeat that again, Nicole.
I will read it again, and then if it's okay with everyone, I'll just let the mayor eyeball read it. Subject to
Am I the
subsection
only one? Okay.
B of this section, and upon review and approval of the council, the mayor shall present. And then the remainder would read the same. And
subject to, you mentioned review. What was the word before that?
I'm going to bring it up
Oh,
here
okay.
and let you. I just wanted to formally say it for everyone, and then I think Councilman Momtahan has something as well.
Okay, so if it says subject to the the review and approval of the council, so it kind of, but then it goes on to say that the presentation, the presented candidate can be approved by a affirmative vote of 3 council members. So what if it was subject to the review? I mean, because it seems like you're saying approval and approval twice. So when does the approval happen?
Confirmed later.
Confirmed. Okay.
The
confirmed.
confirmed
Okay.
is the confirmed is the 3 votes.
Is the
So
3 votes.
the part before that should just, the wording should be clear that we're all participating in the process of asking the candidate questions, meeting with the candidate or candidates, that, and of course, I know we're using consultant, which means we can see everything. We can see everything they get. We don't have to, but if they narrow it down, say, we think these are the 3 best candidates and we know why, we still can ask to see everything else, and that should be available to all of us. I don't understand the part of why there's a repeat of, upon review and approval of the council, the mayor shall present. The approval comes after the presentation with the approval of 3 council
The
people.
confirmation comes after the presentation. The approval is the portion where they are involved in the selection process. Now, if you would like for that to say, upon the review and approval of the mayor and council, the mayor shall present, I think that might solve your issue.
As long as the words mean, when we're interviewing the candidates, going the resumes, that it means we're all participating, and then the mayor presents a candidate, but it has to be approved by 3 people. I didn't understand what the prior approval was before we get to the vote.
It's an attempt to allow the council and the mayor to be involved in the narrowing
Well,
down
I have no problem with
process.
that. I get that
Yeah,
language.
but I can't, I mean, there's only so much you can draft in an ordinance.
If
So-
that's what that language means, then that we're all participating, yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I wouldn't mind I wouldn't mind, though, if you ran that by a couple of attorneys in the office to make sure that we get it right. Councilman Momtahan, pretty soon I'm gonna forget your name too, it's gonna get late.
So I think that's kind of what I was trying to, that was kind of touching on that, because approval confirmation might be the same thing. But, I mean, I'm fine with leaving the approval in there, but review, but what if we say review and consultation, or review, consultation, and approval? But I think that, just, I don't know, I think that's just better, a little bit better language.
Review and consultation kind of says we're having input, we're consulting.
So
that seems to be clearer.
So you would like for it to say, upon review and consultation
with the council,
the mayor shall present.
Yes, but I'm not an attorney who writes that sort of thing. It
Well,
just seems to
I
be
am.
clearer. That's why it seems clearer the way it was said here.
In Nicole's defense, as much as we try as lawyers, we can't possibly contemplate every scenario and address it in words. If not, then we wouldn't litigate. I mean, if we could, we wouldn't litigate. I'm not trying to, obviously, we're all working here to get the best language we can, but, I mean, we have to kind of just, there's going to be, and we don't know what 10, 15, 20 years from now, what some, hotshot lawyer fresh out of law school thinks he can manipulate and the language that we're coming up with right now. So,
Is that a lawyer joke?
No, not really. It's more like a lawyer diss.
For
but-
why the Constitution is drafted the way that it is so that it is open. It is a living document, which is the same as a city charter. So
And the same as our Constitution.
Mhm.
Can you clarify for me, Nicole? I'm sorry.
No,
The
don't
3
apologize.
members, who are they? Are they 3 council members? Are they council members and mayor?
The mayor only has a vote in subsection C.
Okay.
So it would be confirmed by 3 council members.
Okay, thank you.
And Madam Mayor, I would just say for me, I believe in a democracy at this point. I mean, my power is to vote. You know, if you want to present, I don't have a problem with that. Because we still vote. Whoever you present, the way I look at it is we still have to decide. So we still have that power. And if you want to give up your veto power to join in the firing process, that's up to you. I mean, if I was mayor, I probably wouldn't want to, because I look at, the mayor's power as a veto, as Councilman Monahan stated. I thought that was general. You had that power anyway. So if you don't think you do, then if you want to give that up to vote, because
You know,
if
you
it's-
said I'm just going to give up something that's not there. That's
Right.
what I
Well,
keep
I
saying.
mean,
But we're
exactly.
clarifying that it's not there.
We're
That's
clear,
what's happening.
And that, if that makes you
that it
happy,
doesn't
then
exist.
and that is fine with me. Because I mean, if we have a city manager, and I think that city manager is terrible, doing a terrible job, I don't think it's going to be a problem for people going to probably decide to remove that
It's
person.
a strong consensus.
It's-
It's 4 of 6 of the members of the governing body are going that somebody needs to leave.
Yeah, yeah. So for me, however you all want to fix this, but to Nicole's Attorney Smith's point, we got to get this done in March. So this language I think is a happy medium, and we can massage it more, amend it more later on. But I think at this point where I am, we can just move forward.
Councilman Momtahan.
To that point, can we move to suspend this discussion, allow Attorney Smith to prepare the language, maybe even type it up, and we can all have printed out in front of us? We just come back to this. We move on to another item, perhaps?
Well, yes, what's our other item? We also have, yes, we have the Juneteenth. Is that happening? I know Jennifer's not here. Are you handling that? I know we're not doing the city manager report, but we can't move until everybody agrees we're going to move on. So, charter change amendment, that'll give you time to work on it. I know we have an executive session as well.
We do. Teresa has the document. If she can share her computer or someone can share their computer, I can make the amendments that we've discussed and we can circle back to it. We do have a resolution prepared that treats this as an exhibit. So we can make these changes and then you can approve the resolution with the changes we present to you, and we can get it before our legislators. If we have a majority, everybody's on the same page vote, then we can move forward.
So can we go on to, are you saying it's finalized, or that we can go do something else,
I'm
another
saying-
item while y'all are getting that all
Yes,
done?
if you
Okay.
guys
May
don't
I
mind pausing, go ahead.
So we have right now we have the one that includes Momtahan change. I've already added the resolution. I just have to republish it. Then to add the charter amendment that you had sent out earlier in the day as option B for comparison in the attachments. Is that what you're asking?
No, but you and I can discuss it
Okay.
while they move forward. We do
Okay.
have, let's circle back. If you guys would like to make a motion to allow me the opportunity to amend this per your instructions, and then come back to it further down, then I think that would be acceptable.
So do we actually have to take an action, a motion, and a vote in order to move it?
I think
This is new.
It's very new. It's new for me. I would feel comfortable if we did, just
Okay,
because it's
all right.
currently
So-
we're changing the agenda by moving this.
So
So
the motion would be, go ahead and state the motion. The motion would be,
a motion to allow me, Attorney Smith, to step aside and make the requested changes, and we will come back to this item once those are complete.
So moved.
Thank you.
we have a motion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. Ms. Shirley, yeah. Councilman Marchman. All right, so, Mr. Bain, item 1, discussion of Juneteenth event.
Ms. Tracy Ivy is actually presenting this item this evening.
Evening. Oh, is that mic on? Because they're not hearing you.
Oops, sorry.
There you go.
Thanks. I'll make a few comments, and then our events manager, Karina, will give a full detailed explanation of what we're presenting. With Jennifer not being here, I want to make sure that everybody because we didn't submit anything to the agenda, but I was told you guys would get a copy of what we're proposing.
I don't have anything.
I don't recall
So-
seeing anything.
Okay, so we don't have copies because
Did it get sent in an email or something?
it was
like?
emailed. Well, I was under the impression it would be sent to you guys by 10 a.m. this morning. So if you haven't received anything, then I apologize, but that was my understanding.
Okay.
But at Tuesday morning's meeting, we were presenting the July 3rd firework item, and we really didn't get too far into that item, but I appreciate you guys approving it tonight. We were asked about Juneteenth, and at the time, obviously, we had not had no money budgeted for that event, for an event like that. So, our budget this year was very slim, so we did what we have the money to do. That's where our planning thoughts were. So, we were directed to have an item for you guys tonight. So, Karina and I, Jennifer, we've met off and on during the week. We've made contacts with various people throughout the week to try to come up with a proposal that we feel like is something that is attainable for this year, something that we're familiar with, something that is not just a guess whether this will be successful or not. So with that being said, we have a 2026 proposal, and I'd like to ask Karina Martinez to come up and give you a step-by-step cost analysis and what that cost would include. And I'll be available for questions.
If I may, real quick, Ms. Tiffany's making copies for each of you to have in front of you.
Good evening, Karina Martinez, events manager. So to speak to what Tracy Ivy just said, I actually drafted a 2026 proposal for a Juneteenth concert, and the concert is basically just like a summer concert. It's going to be set up the same way, same 7 vendors that we will have, exactly like how we treat any summer concert. And the date that we have available for this year is Friday, June 19th, 2026. We also have Sunday, June 21st, 2026 available for that concert. My pick is Friday, June 19th, because it is June 19th. We would actually have to pick the bands as soon as we can if we want to get good bands for this concert that actually attract attendees. All of our bands are picked November of the previous year. So we would actually have to get to scouting right now if we want to get, if we want to go forward with this concert. And I believe you should have it in front of you. I also took the liberty to do a cost estimate. This is just a rough estimate of all of the costs for a concert. It is estimated at $30,000 for just the concert. You have a breakdown at the end as well. I think you should have it on the second page. It's a map of how the concerts are usually set up. It's also divided into band production and hospitality, fireworks show, setup logistics, and manpower. So you have all of that information as well as the cost estimate at the end and a map.
One thing is that 2026, is this a plan? One says 2027. Is that a plan for next year or something?
So I also drafted a 2027 Juneteenth festival proposal that is for 2027.
So that's a separate thing. Okay.
Correct, yes.
We only need to look at this one right
The
now.
2026, yes. I took the liberty of drafting the 2027 festival so that you all can see that we are prepared for 2027.
Karina, have you guys found any potential bands as of yet?
No, ma'am, we have not. The bands that I've listed here are the bands that we received from RCS prior to, at our scouting in November of 2025.
in the event that, not to be a Debbie Downer, but in the event that you couldn't find a band suitable for this type of event, what's the backup plan? Or would there be?
I don't think there will be a backup plan. However, RCS is really good about scouting bands because they work all over Metro Atlanta. So I am positive that we would get a good band, not a very good one like we usually would get, but we would get one.
Okay.
So it's going to be treated like a regular concert, but could have fireworks. Is that what I'm understanding
Yes,
that I'm
ma'am.
reading here? So
Right.
it could. Okay.
The logistics as far as the concert setup, all the manpower would be treated like a concert. We would add the fireworks at the
Okay,
end.
there were 2 different days. One was the 19th.
Mhm.
One was another. But there's
Sunday.
also when Savannah has their GMA convention, depending on who might, does that conflict with that second
It's
date as
later.
well?
It's later. It's like a week later.
It's later, so so the 19th would work, that whoever takes classes or goes Savannah wouldn't be gone. Okay. And when is the Thomas Dorsey Festival? Because that's June.
June 27th.
That
Saturday,
does
June
conflict,
27th.
Okay. Okay, so this would be the week before?
Yes.
Okay.
Where's the money coming from this? Because I know it wasn't a budgeted item for this year.
I would let John speak to that.
And I would defer to Amanda. As you're correct,
The finance,
it is,
the finance team.
we had not previously budgeted for this. I know Jennifer spoke on it briefly last Tuesday morning.
So I had briefly discussed this with Jennifer, and my recommendation would be that this would come out of the $100,000 we have in contingency for mayor and council in that department. So other emergencies that may come up, we may potentially be using that money, but there is $100,000 there, and none of it has been allocated yet.
And what would that money typically be allocated for?
Just unplanned expenses, so something that came up that we didn't plan in the budget, but we also have a healthy fund balance. So really, I mean, I think when we get the audit back next month, we're going to see that we're building fund balance. So the other option, if we didn't want to pull from contingency, would be to pull from fund balance.
Because I'm all for additional things to bring people into our city, but I also, with it not being a budgeted item, want to make sure that we're not backing ourselves into any corner here.
I would just say that if we do this one time, we don't want to make this a habit. Just like in your personal finances at home, you can go on that big vacation, but it's better if you plan for it.
So to do it this year wouldn't be make or break us, but we would just need to budget for it in the future.
We would definitely need to add this to our calendar and budget for it going forward.
Okay, thank you.
So the contingency at this point, that was, oh, hang on one second, sorry. So we adopted the budget in beginning of October? September, okay. And so far that contingency is there. Okay.
We haven't used anything currently. Things like last year, I think animal service maybe went over. We would usually use that for anything that went over that we didn't plan. And then like if we need professional services later, the consultant that we're going to hire for the city manager.
Will that come from there?
That would possibly come. I think we did give mayor and council also some professional services, but that would be something that would normally come from contingency.
Or we steal it from the city manager, who also has, in there something for consulting services, but.
The city manager also has
Okay.
professional services. Like I said, I feel like we can find
Professional
$30,000 one time. We would just want to make sure going forward that we plan for it.
Councilman Conte.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening. I just want to first of all thank all of you, all three ladies, for putting in the time and the due diligence with the quick turnaround. I greatly appreciate that. I greatly appreciate the detail that you ladies tuck into it, especially in the finance to find the funding for this event. As I had stated when I requested this last week in our work session, it was concerning to me the fact that us as a city hadn't priorly put this on the calendar or in the budget due to the fact it is a federal holiday. It's not just something of a whim. It is of great magnitude. It's very historic. Our city is made up of 40% African Americans. We have 3 African Americans here on this council for the first time in our history. This Juneteenth is, for a lack of a better word, it is Black Americans, African Americans, Independence Day. That's just fact. That's history. So the fact that you ladies took that seriously and did your due diligence in a short amount of time, because I was not aware, because I am a new council, that it wasn't previously on the budget or when the budget was originally done, as Karina said, in November, I believe you said. I'm grateful. I love the ideas. You have my full support. I love the fact that you've planned ahead. So you have already been proactive and planned ahead for 2027 and pretty much gave a layout of how you would like it going moving forward so it could be implemented into our city. I think that's a beautiful thing. And again, anything that I can do as a council member, please don't hesitate to reach out to me to do so, because this is truly important and it needs to be recognized, not just for Black Americans, but for Americans. So I just want to thank you ladies for that.
Anything else from council?
Just to verify, the concert is a go for this year? Okay. All right.
I think do we need to vote on that? Or
Yeah, we have to, because we're spending money, and you got to vote on spending the people's money, so let them know where it's going, and it's all documented. Okay, we have to create the motion.
Go?
When we really want to cop out, we have the attorney say it, and then we go, so move, what she said. You know, but she was working on that other one, so, yes.
I would like to comment a few other things too. If you could include in the motion that, you know, we want to do a good job, and I hope you hadn't felt any resistance on our part at all. I was pretty shocked when it came up because we had not planned, and a lot of times that's because nobody asked, right? We were doing New Year's Eve for a number of years, and we quit doing it because of low turnout and cost and the weather and this and that. And then the mayor came up and asked again if we could recreate something for New Year's Eve. So that's on our radar now.
Reimagined, not the old way.
Yeah, it's something different. So that's on our radar. So Karina has done a really, really good job of coming in her short time here and trying to revamp a lot of things and new procedures. We're looking at how we make our parades better. We're looking at how to beef up our festivals and all those things. So we want to do a good job, whatever it is that we do. So we appreciate the opportunity to have time to do something that we're familiar with this year and look forward to growing it in the future years. And these festivals aren't something that you can just turn around quickly. They take time for marketing and going from festival to festival, asking for your list of vendors, and we want to get the best vendors here that we can and represent the city well. So if you could acknowledge that in the motion that we look ahead to grow in the event in the future, that would be fine.
Absolutely. Thank you for
and
that.
thank y'all.
Okay, bear with me with this motion.
I'm going to be no help on the motion.
Am I doing the motion? Okay. I motion for council to approve the 2026 Juneteenth concert event for our first annual celebratory celebration of this great American history with the account of moving forward starting in 2027, that it will be continuously put on the calendar yearly within the budget.
We have a motion, second, all in favor? Any opposed? Well,
That was unanimous, correct?
We don't
Okay.
usually do it on the fly very well, so it's a challenge. That's why I'm like, oh, you don't want me to try to put it into words. Okay, so we're going to revert back up to charter change amendment.
Yeah, and yes, excuse me. And if you are able to refresh your screens, you should be able to see under charter change amendment, the first item will be the amendment with the council changes. And again, you would scroll down to section 2 to see what we would be implementing. Section 1 is what we are taking out. Sorry.
Wait, which one?
So,
Council changes?
yes, amendment 2026, including council changes.
Okay, so look at, because I ended up closing my whole page and going back in, so look at, there's 3 attachments.
Yes, and you would look at the first, the charter, city manager charter amendment 2026, including council changes. Wha- Can I get a quick motion to return to this item since we had a motion to jump away?
Entertain a motion to return back to item L2, charter change amendment.
So moved.
We have a motion, a second, all in favor?
Thank you for the housekeeping.
Nicole, there's not any sort of conflict with the rest of our charter, or our charter specifically stating that the mayor shall not have a vote. By including this, specifying with this, giving the mayor, let me say that, by giving the mayor a vote, it's not going to conflict because of the verbiage added to this, correct?
I do not believe so because it's limiting the mayor's vote to a resolution under this item.
And same with waiving any veto power. There's no conflict with the rest of our charter for that, right?
Right, because it's limiting the waiver of the veto power to just the vote to appoint or remove a city manager.
Okay, I just wanted to
Right.
make sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just really quick, Attorney Smith, for the section A and B, where it says, subject to succession of this section and upon review and consultation with the council, the mayor shall present for indefinite term a candidate to the city council to be confirmed by 3 and all of that. I want to make sure I'm understanding that language right. So does that mean that council, as I had stated before, we can present or have some input on the city manager as far as recruitment wise?
So what this language is saying is that before the mayor can present, the council will review and consult with the mayor on the candidate that is presented. So it's not giving you the opportunity to present, but it is giving you the opportunity to be involved in who is presented.
So the question would be.
I still don't understand. Can you clarify?
Well, I was going to say, I'm sorry. So yeah, the question, do we want, because we talked about that, do we want to say that the council has the option to present too?
I don't care about the presenting part. I just want to make sure we have, we're all working together as all of us, including the mayor, if that's what she's saying she wants, to decide upon who is going to be actually, at the end of the day, presented to the public.
Mm-hmm.
Did you get what I'm saying?
Right, yeah.
Okay.
I think, in my opinion, I think this language gets us there.
Okay.
But it doesn't necessarily, like we talked about that kind of hypothetical where the mayor just refuses or doesn't want to present or doesn't ever do it, and then we have this thing. I don't know if that's how realistic that is, and I guess we can come back on a later charter review and address something like that, but I don't know. That's
that's a
y'all
valid
wanna talk
point.
about it, we'll talk about it, but
Okay. Thank you. Thank you both.
Anything else?
I guess I'll just ask the question, Mayor, does this language have your endorsement, or do you agree with this language?
It appears to be what we put together.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Yes.
And I never had the veto power, but we have made sure that we know that can't be used.
So, should you all be in agreement, there is a resolution underneath there, and your motion would be to approve the resolution to amend the city charter, city manager appointment. And if you were to scroll down in that resolution, you'll see that it's referencing an Exhibit A.
So we got to go back
And-
a page
and
from where
staff-
you have the attachment open to where you have all three attachments. I used to have a real problem with that too, getting used to this.
And there's currently nothing under Exhibit A because we were waiting on approval. Exhibit A will feature what we are all agreeing on tonight whenever we send it.
So it would be the
forward.
resolution,
Mm-hmm.
second attachment. Correct?
Yes.
Question.
Yes, Councilman Barr.
I have a question for Attorney Smith. So let's just say we pass this. In your conversation with the state delegation, how soon would this be on the docket or in their rules for approval in the state?
It is my understanding that they are just waiting on you guys. They are
Okay.
waiting on,
So this could be the next business day?
yeah, like
And-
I
and
will
it could
send
be
it
done.
tomorrow.
Okay.
I don't know how they process local legislation, except that it's not subject to crossover day. Crossover day was Friday. And usually it's not an issue with getting their things done. I just don't know the process of, does it go through their attorneys? Almost everything gets looked at to a degree. But it's usually not a problem getting it to the floor for a vote.
No.
To move forward with this, we would just need to read the resolution out loud. Are there?
Well, you would have a motion to approve the resolution, and then you could read it. And
Councilman Conte.
So once we sign this and the state legislators approve it, when does this go in effect?
it would be, I believe, next year. So it would go into effect as your.
It could be
Is that
effective.
right?
No, it could be effective upon the governor's signature.
Okay.
Yeah. Just, that's what happened with the 24
Okay,
legislation.
good, good,
Yeah.
good.
I
What
think
is it?
so.
What'd
It
you
just
say, Mikey?
it didn't apply because his contract was prior to the
okay.
legislation. Sometimes they have things that get activated in July, sometimes it's January of next year. I don't really know the
Yeah.
rules on local legislation,
Like, I just,
but it would seem.
I need to hear from you, Attorney Smith. When does this go into effect? I just want to know.
Can I do a little research and
Yes.
get back with you? Okay. I want to feel confident in my response.
Okay.
Would it be appropriate for me to call the question at this point? It's almost 10 o'clock. What exactly should the motion say? I mean, because if we're going to move forward with it, I know, but I need to know what the motion needs to be.
I think the motion can be a motion to approve the resolution to amend the charter of the city of Villa Rica, and you just read that header, and then we're good. To delete certain provisions and insert new provisions in lieu thereof pertaining to the appointment and removal of the city manager.
Can I use what she just said and then read it?
Sorry,
No,
I
no, I've
assume
got-
we're all looking at the same thing, and that's my mistake. I should not assume that.
So moved with what you just said, and we need to vote that and then read, or I need to go ahead and read?
No, we can vote that, and then the mayor can sign at the end of the night, and you're good. We don't have to read it.
Oh, awesome. So moved.
Second.
So moved, 2 seconds. All in favor? Any opposed?
That is unanimous.
Yay!
Well, it's Villa Rica, so that means you're pretty much relegated to Waffle House. Right. Okay, that's done. Now, Sumter Consulting is done on A. Is something supposed to happen, or is that just put there? Why is that there?
That was tabled. That was what we actually were having this discussion about. So it was tabled to this meeting. Considering the time, it's possible you may want to table again until April.
Yes.
Well,
So
that, yeah.
I
and-
would just suggest a motion to table.
Well, we have to have a motion to do that. so.
I'll make a motion to table this, the item 2A of Sumner Consulting
Second.
Executive Search for City Manager.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed?
Yes.
That was unanimous.
All right, and we already covered the item below that before we came back up. There is no city manager report this month. It'll be given next month, and we, at this time, are going to move into executive session. I need a motion to move into executive session.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Does Nicole need to
The
read while
purpose.
we're going
Yep.
into executive
Would you
session?
guys-
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
It's okay. I will read it very quickly. We are going to executive session for a meeting to discuss or vote to enter into an option to purchase, dispose of, or lease real estate subject to approval in a subsequent public vote as provided in OCGA 50-14-3B1E and pursuant to attorney-client privilege and as provided in Code Section 50-14-21, a meeting to consult or meet with legal counsel pertaining to pending or potential litigation.
Do you mind if I go ahead and give you the answer that you were going to look for from a legislator? Because I just got it from one of our state representatives. Once we receive the resolution, we will have legislation drafted within a day, have it ran in a legal organ quickly, and vote the following week. Can be effective on the governor's signature. So that's the process. They can get it done. They've got drafted within a day, run legal organ. They have to make notice of it, and then a week later, they can vote
Fantastic.
on it after it's run
Thank you.
publicly.
Did we make a motion to go into executive session?
You did.
Okay.
We just sort of